About Star Racers is a show that aired on
Yeah.
Watch your mouth!
So-
You thought this was a stream about Sonic. Wrong. This is the Final Fantasy 14 stream. And we
No,
dragged-
not
and we
tonight.
dragged-
Not tonight.
We already did that.
Anyway,
and we
hi
dragged
guys.
right into it.
So, let's talk some Sonic 3 onto the. It's
You know-
been about I think at the time of this podcast, it's been about 3 weeks. I think since the film has come out at this point, and
It came out on the 20th, I believe.
yeah, 20th
Yeah,
slash
you came out
29th, 20th slash 19th, depending on when you actually got to see it on that. But yeah, I have been dying to actually talk about this movie
This
publicly
is
at this point.
this is the third week of the movie being out.
Hey, 3, Sonic 3, alright.
Ooh.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, so before we begin on to this, from last time, I think we're pretty much all into the same agreement of the previous films. I do think film 1 in my rewatches did kind of move up over the time. It's definitely got the problem that it's not very Sonic-y, but I did find more that I liked this time around onto it. And then I think Sonic 2 is kind of like a...
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's weird because on my rewatch, yeah, it's not very Sonic-y, but I also wouldn't count that as a bad thing anymore.
Yeah.
Because I also have the benefit of showing the first 2 Sonic films to someone who doesn't know anything about Sonic the Hedgehog. So I got the opinion of some of like, are these movies good if you're not a Sonic fan? And the answer is yes.
Then sorry.
So like the first film being the way it was targeted at both us and people who don't know anything about this dumb blue talking rodent that I'm a fan of since we've been a fan of since we were kids.
Yeah, and then we did a whole podcast for movie 2 when that initially came out onto it. And I'd say most of what we said in that still holds up onto that. There are, I think, just some weird pacing issues, but the highs, I definitely think, make up for it onto it. As for Sonic 3, this journey kind of begins all the way back in 2 when we were first teased that Gunn had something in their base from 50 years ago, and you didn't even need to show. You didn't even need to show Shadow at that point. We all know exactly where it's going.
He immediately leaned forward.
The funniest part is that I basically even hard guessed how it happened and was right.
So, I was definitely excited for Sonic 3. I don't think quite as excited as I was for 2 overall. I knew it was going to be good. I just think I think my excitement for 2 was like overloading at that point kind of deal. What about you guys?
My favorite reaction is still, oh my god, is that Sonic.ex?
I audibly groaned when I saw that. I audibly groaned when I saw that.
Fucking clip,
My
Jesus.
favorite reaction to Shadow being shown is someone genuinely going, is that Sonic.ex? You didn't even need to finish it.
Hey.
I hate children.
I love children. I love children with that.
I don't think that was a child.
No, it definitely was. You could tell by the person's voice in the clip.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like the reason I'm more subdued with Sonic 3 is that before Year of Shadow, I had very mixed feelings about Shadow as a character and how Sega's been treating him recently.
Hand up. Hand up.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I was not as fearful about it kind of deal. Like a little bit like, okay, we're jumping straight to SA2. Okay, on that.
That was my surprise because I figured they were just going to do the whole Genesis trilogy before they even touched the Adventure era.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like Shadow is so damn marketable that he does half of the marketing himself by being in the film kind of deal. But I felt better about heading into this kind of deal with, especially how well they did Knuckles in the last film. I felt like, okay, they know. I think Shadow's in good hands onto that. Which I guess to cover overall thoughts onto it. Yeah, Sonic 3 hit different.
Yeah. Fiction.
It is easily my favorite in the trilogy onto it by far. On that,
Yeah.
there are still a few issues onto it, but I don't think the issues are quite as glaring as the previous two films. And oh my god, the highs of this one are absolutely some of the highest highs.
I think that's just evident by like even the critical review scores for it. Like if you look at like the Rotten Tomatoes scores, like which I know some people are like iffy on how they judge like critics of movies, but I think it's indicative of this one's quality. Movie 1 is like 67, movie 2 is 69, nice, which a little bit better, but then this one is like 88. It's like a 20% jump.
I mean, I'm just gonna flat out say it. I think this is the best video game adaptation, like movie adaptation of a game we've ever gotten so far.
It's funny because we said that.
If we're strictly sticking to movies,
we said that about Sonic 2 as well. But I think this one's gonna hold it for a while until potentially Sonic 4 at that point. We don't know.
Yeah. And I think it depends on if you're specifically saying movies or TV shows. Because if it's movies,
specifically movies,
yeah, because I feel like TV shows have had a bit of a better record than films.
Yeah, for me it'd be a two-way gunfight between Sonic 3 and the Castlevania show.
I'm also throw Arcade in there as well. But
Arcade.
I have no balls.
Arcade with the steel chair.
Boy, this TV has had a lot higher batting average.
Arcade has the benefit of 5 minutes straight. Well, fuck you, buddy, but also 5 straight minutes of lesbian sex.
Anyway,
the highs of movie 3 is the fact that it is a really good it is a really good in all caps adaptation. This is heavily SA2, but they took all the parts of SA2 that they could easily make work in the movie universe of Sonic. It filled in all the other parts with movie Sonic. And my favorite part is the fact that they took someone like the muddiness of SA2 story, and by just changing, but honestly not even changing that much about the story stuff, but just changing like
little
details. 2 things. Just like honestly, just 2 things. Just changing 2 things, it clears up some of those details. Like, hang on, are we just diving straight?
I don't think quite yet. On that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
go your jets, Bucko.
Yeah, it is kind of wild that we have just a Hollywood movie that is just straight up SA2 the movie on that.
Yep.
That's wild to think about onto that. And like, I Sonic 1 and 2 are pretty like loose on their adaptations of like, their original material. But besides a few changes, it's pretty straight to the point of like the vibes and essence of SA2 kind of deal is all this movie on that.
Which I think makes sense considering that this is the first game that they're adapting that has much more of a focus on story. Like there's only so much you can do with adapting the Genesis games.
Especially when we're talking about a character like Shadow kind of deal, it's one of those, there's so much baggage with that character, I guess, of like a lot of things you gotta explain and, get across that I think it kind of has to be just SA2 the movie at that point, if you're going to do that origin story correctly kind of deal.
Yeah.
Another thing I would say is the fact that out of all of the Sonic games, SA2 is easily the most nostalgic out of all of all of them.
Yeah, you either started with Sonic 2 or Sonic Adventure 2 for a lot of people onto that.
Yep. Hi, I'm that person.
Yep.
Or probably Heroes, because that was the first one to go multi-platform.
That was me.
I'm the weird kid. Pat, we're the weird kids. Let's go.
Yeah, I started with Heroes too. I started with Heroes too.
This is
Let's go.
This is weird to think about if you're in like my age range or close to it. People in my age group are old enough to have kids, are old enough to be having kids, and then taking their kids to see Sonic 3. Be like, this was my childhood.
Like, actually.
I'll tell them that this was the Sonic Adventure 2.
But I guess just down the line, if anybody else just has general non-spoiler feelings about the film that they want to say onto that.
Yeah,
Fiction.
God, like, just even just knowing how like the general Shadow story plays out, God, I immediately tensed up at certain early scenes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I honestly thought, yeah, this is just phenomenal movie overall. I had such a great time with it. Like, it's one of those movies that it's not going to win any awards, but it's like the perfect popcorn movie. Like, you just have so much
fun.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
like, I feel it's weird to think about. I was thinking about it. It's like the only films I feel like the film series, I guess, for me that I felt like I've actually needed to see like the minute it came out are Sonic movies now, and that feels really weird to think about.
Oh yeah,
like that used to be Marvel for me, but now I'm at the point like where a new Marvel thing comes out, and I'm just like, I'll get to it eventually. Now a new Sonic movie comes out, and I'm like, I'm gonna drop $50 on all the merchandise.
We're doing plans. The Marvel film boys slowly being word down by Marvel.
I mean,
Tevi, on the whole merch thing, when I went to go see it with my grandma as a like post-Christmas thing, I ended up also nabbing the hat and the Tails plush.
I didn't buy any of the plushes, but I got the big like metal popcorn tin in the special cup.
I just got all the
that's what I
posters
got.
that they were giving out. I guess a thing on to that as well. What is our view count at this current time for each of us? Because I'm at 3 right now.
1.
How about you?
1.
It would have been 2, but it was raining yesterday.
Okay, because I only saw the other 2 films one time in each theater. This one, admittedly, because there was so much happening, I felt like, okay, I need to watch it one more time to get all my, to, I think, properly absorb everything this time. And then
that's why I was hoping to watch it yesterday.
Yeah. And then I saw it a third time just because, like, people wanted to go see Mufasa. I was like, I want to go see Sonic instead.
This is a movie I would probably I would not mind watching it in theaters again at all. I'd love to, but movie tickets are just so stupidly expensive. I don't feel like I can justify to myself watching something again that I've already seen.
I mean, if you pick up matinee prices like where I'm at, like tickets are only like $8 and stuff like that, so it's not that bad. On that, you know.
One part of this movie that I really do want to talk about is actually the production. This is easily the best. This is the best looking of the 3.
Absolutely.
Unlike the 3 films, because the first film was made honestly on the crunch because they were working with a new design, so they had to make a new design to get that model to work with a lot of the animation that they
possibly could from that first draft on that, you know.
The second movie was made during COVID, so a lot of the post comedy effects didn't really fit in that. They really fitted that well. The explosion effects of that film stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah.
but like this movie, we're no longer under crunch as far as
it seemed like they had a fine production cycle this time around onto that.
Yeah, and it shows this film like. Offhand, does anybody know how much this film was actually? What was like the budget for this film?
122 million.
And it looks really cheap on that for a big.
And it looks better than a lot of modern Marvel films.
Dude, I mean, like the fucking shot of where Shadow is walking in Tokyo, kind of deal, and like the rain, and you see every individual quill on him. I'm like, what the hell, man?
I mean, not
like
just that, but
legit, it looks so real.
I think the best way I can describe it, it was just a post Trav made, I think, yesterday, was just like, there are shots where Shadow looks more real than Eggman.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He's kind of right though.
They really understand how much lighting goes a long way to helping make these guys look real.
I love this. I love the
one
the
scene I
movie.
want to talk about. God.
I love. Oh, I'll shut up.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna do a stupid gag about how I love the beginning where Shadow's depressingly walking through Tokyo and then dabs up Kazuma Kiryu.
Okay.
My diggity dog.
Well, I guess that might be a transition point onto that. We can't go too much into but I think general two question part onto that. What do we think of Keanu's performance as Shadow, and how do we think they handled Shadow overall in this film for you guys?
Okay, so talking about Keanu's performance, okay, I'm the kind of guy that don't really keep up with like actors or actresses like in general, and I am fully aware of Keanu Reeves. The only thing that Keanu Reeves is in that I've watched is probably The Matrix, so I actually have no modern recollection of what Keanu Reeves actually sounds like.
The most familiar I'm with Keanu Reeves is Cyberpunk.
Yeah. So when I hear Shadow talk, I don't hear, personally for me, I don't hear Keanu Reeves. I just hear Shadow talking.
I mean, I just think about this animator called Sonic Pox, who essentially just animated Shadow with very
too, Sophie. I was gonna bring that up.
It was so
I remember seeing those all over the.
Yeah, it's so funny because I remember us talking about that in the SA2 in the Sonic 2 podcast onto that, where we were throwing out who do we think is gonna play Shadow, and we were bringing up that animation that had Keanu into it, and we're like.
Yeah,
that would kind of work onto that, and it's just weird that actually went through onto that.
I think.
Sorry. Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's really weird how one of the two big fan casts actually happened. The other one was Robert Pattinson, especially after the Batman, but him and Keanu were the two who were really thrown around, and it's just wild that one of the fan casts actually happened.
Admittedly, I'm kind of more glad that it was Keanu. Mostly, I think for the thing that I do like with Keanu, it definitely does kind of just sound like his natural voice. I think Keanu said that he was trying to aim for somewhere between Sonic and Knuckles voice-wise for him, but it does kind of sound... The thing that I do like about him, I think he's overall, I think, good onto that. I wouldn't say he blew me away or anything like that. I'd say, for me, overall in Shadows, I think voice-wise, he's, in the middle of the pack for that. I think I still prefer David Humphrey and Ian Hanlon for Prime onto that. And then, but I definitely think he's better than Jason and Kirk. And I think the big thing why onto that is kind of the also reason I'm glad they didn't pick Robert Pattinson. I like that Keanu is not putting on a voice for Shadow onto that, because I much more prefer Shadow sounding like he's just naturally talking kind of deal. Because I always felt ever since they started putting on that persona voice kind of deal for Shadow onto that, it always just felt very forced onto that. I think adding to kind of the try-hardish nature that Shadow has had for a very long time onto that, and I'm kind of more glad that it went more back to his roots kind of deal
on that note, as someone who is a pretty big fan of Keanu, who watched Matrix, watched all the John Wick movies, especially in John Wick, he's just really good at doing a natural voice that just has a lot of emotional pain behind it.
Yeah.
Though I wished I wish that announcement didn't get leaked, because I miss the aura of when Idris Elba just posted Knuckles, the Knuckle fist is just knock knock.
Knock knock.
Honestly, I think they just waited way too damn long to even announce him kind of deal onto that, because they waited till the trailer was out, and I felt like with Idris Elba, it was a few months before that trailer even came out kind of deal.
Yeah.
Well, it was...
Can I talk about the trailer wait? Can I talk about the trailer wait? God, we were coping. for so long for that trailer. It's like, where is it?
It definitely felt weird because
it concerning degree.
It felt weird that they were keeping so silent on the film for so long. I mean, they clearly made a great marketing push of you only really need 6 months to actually 6 or 3 months to actually market the film before release onto that, I guess. But it did feel a little man, why are we waiting so long to hear anything about the film?
Which is kind of funny considering that Sonic 2's first big trailer happened at the Game Awards, and then that movie came out in April. So that first trailer didn't drop till 4 months before that movie dropped.
But it felt like we had more knowledge about Sonic 2 before that trailer kind of deal, stuff like Idris Elba and such on that. But I guess to go back to Shadow onto that
Characterization.
Honestly, I think the jury's still out on how people feel about this Shadow overall, but I think personally for me, you are talking to somebody who I feel at best I've been indifferent to Shadow for most of his existence for me. This is easily my favorite version of the character now for me. Not even
definitely
close
one of my
on
faves.
that. And we'll talk about it more onto it, but I feel like the film version of Shadow fixes a lot of the grievances that I've had about the character for a long time, and I feel, most importantly to me, makes him a character first and foremost onto that. And, we'll go into that more, but he's kind of the thing that really the glue that really holds a lot of this movie together for me on that.
And the thing is, what really helps is the fact that with Shadow's story, the issue that I have with Shadow's story in general is the same issue that you have, Pat, which is a lot of Shadow's story is just tell, don't show.
Mm-hmm.
The movie just flipped that way. They just went, what if he actually showed you what if he actually showed you what Shadow lost and why he's so angry?
It is such a big, it's kind of a night and day difference on how fast you're able to sell me on Shadow's character when you properly show it in front of me, kind of deal.
Mhm.
Then tell me, kind of thing onto that. And yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why this Shadow works so well for me. But what about for the rest of you guys on that?
Oh yeah,
well,
as someone who's been a major Shadow fan since I first played Adventure 2, it's also one of my favorite iterations. Oh my god.
How far into spoilers are we going at this point? Because I don't think I can personally talk about Shadow in this movie without bringing up Maria.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if we want to jump straight into it.
There's one more thing I want to talk about before we actually jump into that. On the similar topic of characterizations.
Well, hold on. First, let's get to Sophie and Ace if you guys had anything more to add on.
I feel like with this also comes with the whole year of Shadow, but I think it kind of brought back to from before that. I always feel like they saw Shadow's the Vegeta, the rival, which I did not like. And now it feels like he's much more down to earth. It just more so is he's just awkward and a bit just on his own kind of character that I feel like I've been really missing these past few years. Until Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, surprisingly.
Probably still second best Shadow now. That's fine.
I'm still shocked with how high I put that game on a Sonic Games tier list.
Anything you have on Shadow Ace that you could talk not spoiler or?
Peak.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, Jason, what you want?
Yeah, I continue on with characterization. I'm gonna talk about the characterization of everyone else because Sonic is still Sonic. Movie Sonic is still movies. Movie Sonic is still movie Sonic in this. So there's no surprise. There's no surprise there. What I more so want to talk about was Knuckles and Tails.
Yes.
Because I very much enjoyed Knuckles in this movie, but I also been down this road before, and I had the biggest fear where they were just gonna make Knuckles dumb again, and I'm just like, please,
Oh yeah.
please don't make him dumb. Please just keep this naive warrior stick going. Just keep it going, and they did.
Yeah.
And they did. I am so happy that Knuckles is not dumb in this film.
I will say that Knuckles definitely has a lot more comic relief, I think, this time overall onto it, but it never got distracting into the film, and I feel like he's used in the correct ways. We could talk more about it in spoiler.
He doesn't talk to Pokemon.
They hit the right balance, even though they are definitely leaning more comedic overall this time with Knuckles onto it. But he never comes off dumb. I agree with you, Jason. He's funny, but he's never dumb throughout the whole movie. I
think it's important that he still has a lot of cool moments in this film.
Yes.
He has a lot of cool moments in this film, and there's another lot of cool moments in the film, and also once they're glad they never get rid of, they also never get rid of his wise side. When Knuckles wants to actually be wise and speak words of wisdom, he still very much has that in him. But another character that is just straight out just written better than their appearance is Tails. Tails is much better written in this one than he was in Sonic 2, because that was actually one of the things that went down for me when I rewatched Sonic 2. I remember thinking, I don't like Tails that much in this movie.
You did have a complaint on Tails overall of that. I think movie 2 just didn't get to use him as much because Knuckles is kind of stealing the spotlight onto that. But I think just Tails is also written a little awkwardly in the second film of like, oh, that's so Sonic the Hedgehog, but that kind of deal onto that. It's like, that feels off onto that. This film, it's much more clear Tails has been around Sonic and is not, like, fanboying over him anymore. That they see themselves more as equals onto that, and I think that just led to a lot more natural writing with Tails onto it, and I think they found the groove with him now.
He went from, oh my gosh, Sonic to Sonic, no!
Sonic?
Yeah.
Bad Sonic.
He went from, oh my god, Sonic to, oh my god, Sonic.
Yes.
There's also one thing that this film adds to like the three of them that I very, very much enjoy. The family dynamic. The family dynamic where like Tails is very clearly written to be the youngest of the three.
Yeah,
and he definitely
youngest
comes
middle
off
child
as,
Sonic and an older brother Knuckles on that,
Yeah, they're definitely operating way more as a family unit, and I very much enjoy that dynamic with between them. I still also love what Tom and Maddie bring to the table as human characters, because easily outside of Eggman, Tommy and Maddie are just like becoming my favorite human characters in the franchise now.
Yes.
More
I
on that once we get to spoilers.
It does leave a little bit into one of my complaints on the film. Like, I do think Tom and Maddie, for the few scenes that they're in, I do think they're utilized well. I won't lie. This is maybe weird, kind of coming from how this film series started. I think I wanted just a bit more of them.
I know, right?
I really like them. Like, I know the humans have been very contentious in these films, and it's kind of a thing that people are cheering more and more that they are not into here. I do feel like Tom and Maddie are kind of a bit of a different case onto that. I don't want too much time focused directly onto them, but I like Tom and Maddie interacting with their 3 adopted kids.
I remember having this feeling rewatching the movies. Sonic 1, I like Tom a lot. And I got to Sonic 2, I just went, Tom's not in this as much. I kind of miss Tom. I'm going to be real. I kind of wanted Tom to do a little bit more. And I got to Sonic 3 again. I just went, I kind of wanted Tom to do a little bit more. What Tom does in this film is great. I just wanted more Tom. I wanted more time with Sonic spinning with his dad.
I will say, like, I would be willing to get rid of some Jim Carrey-esque scenes kind of deal to just have more time with Tom and Maddie onto that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Jim Carrey in this film overall.
There is.
The balancing act of wanting more Sonic, but then like, oh no, I'm attached to the human characters.
I don't really mind though, because Jim Carrey is, I legit think, really funny in this movie.
kind of is both one of the biggest pros and cons about this film. We'll get more into that on spoiler territory. I do think,
I
think
cannot talk about
overall
Jim
in
Carrey
this
without getting
film,
the spoilers.
I do think this film is, you can feel this is the most that they kind of let Jim Carrey do his Jim Carrey thing, I think, more than any of the films before. To both pro and negative parts onto that, I think, on that overall. So.
And then there's the mysterious anonymity of Wade Whipples.
He's just a small cameo. It's
I think that's about most of the non-spoiler stuff. So, I'm just stalling a little time because Jason had to go to the bathroom. Onto that. I guess one thing of this film has been doing crazily well onto it. It's like, obviously the whole thing that it's been, the Sonic series has beaten every movie that it's come up across onto that as continued. But the other thing, as of today, when we are recording this, 1/4/2025, the Sonic movie series has now officially passed $1 billion in revenue from these three films on that.
That's... Yo, the next 3D Sonic game about to go crazy.
Sonic 3 2, Sonic 3 2 Mufasa.
Paramount's not going to share any of that money.
It has been funny because I really do think this film series has revitalized Sonic, I think, in so many ways onto that. I think it's kind of shown that, like, hey, there's still a lot of interest in this series onto that I think maybe Sega kind of forgot about over time onto that.
Yeah.
It's also interesting because I feel like it's also affected the writing style too onto that because I think we're all aware of like the old Sega mandates for characters and stuff like that, but it's funny because then the movie comes out with like a version of the character and Sega's like, actually, the character was always written this way.
It's funny before all this, Sega for a while felt like Yakuza Phantasy Star. and that Phantasy Star is just kind of a small whisper.
What's that? When someone else gets their hands on Sonic, this like the series bounces back.
I mean, we have a lore team now, and actually, as of like near the end of last year, Evan Stanley, the queen that she is actually now the official lore illustrator for Sonic.
Yeah.
What's that? Well, like, what's that? Someone who isn't Sega getting their hands on Sonic and making it better.
But yeah, I think one of the things that I really have been enjoying about this film series is that, man, it is so clear that the people in charge that are producing these films and stuff like that, it's so clear that they love this series now at this point. And I feel like game quality has been starting to go back up onto it, but I feel I have been so giddy watching these films at certain points that I feel like the thing that drew me to this franchise is like I'm seeing it on screen kind of deal. I'm like, I'm happy. I'm really happy right now.
I have one concern with the film series, though. One concern. And it's a concern I can talk about without getting into spoilers. Like, because before this movie even came out, I think a day before this movie came out, they already announced that there's going to be a fourth film.
Yep.
And they like information about fourth film was already out there, so I don't consider that a spoiler. You especially know there's going to be a fourth film after watching this film.
Yeah.
But also, how many more Sonic movies are they going to make? Because right now I'm having a great time, but I feel like eventually there's going to be a fatigue. I know there's like 2 to 3 years between each film release.
Yeah,
and we're not getting the fourth film until 2027, so it's going to take longer for the fatigue to set in. However, it also easily just takes one not great film for the fatigue to start.
Yeah, I feel like we'll talk more about this once we get to like post credits and shit kind of deal. I think we got about in grand total, I feel like this movie series might be 5, maybe 6 movies onto it. I don't see it moving anything past that onto it.
I think it's going to be
like
6 or 7.
I feel like the warning sign is when Jeff Fowler is not directing these films, because
when Jeff Fowler is not directing, and also since I saw the credits this time of that Tyson is not producing, because Tyson is now just a full-on producer for the films now,
which is insane. And thinking of how he got his start.
I mean, it was literally by him that we have a movie franchise at all, thanks to that redesign on it. So
everything I fix everything I touch.
Yeah. Ryan, if it is 7, the 7 chaos.
Yeah, well, that's I remember I made a pitch a few years back where if they get to 7, they can release a full movie box set basing each of the cases around the 7 Chaos Emeralds, and I have a bunch of people, and I had a bunch of replies going, "I don't want 7 films. What are you, fucking stupid?" And wow, look who looks stupid now, because they could
want 7 films, please.
I can't wait for movie 5 to have Sonic go back in time to King Arthur, get a cool sword, and then fight a Mobius from Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Ace, you bring that up. I saw a picture of movie Sonic with Caliburn and Tom's actor in his costume from Enchanted.
My pitch to end this series for a couple years has always been a Infinity War / Endgame-esque 2-parter centered around chaos. That to me, I think, is the perfect way to end the whole thing.
We'll talk, I think, once we get to post-game. Post-game, fucking post-credit. All right.
New film plus.
I think it's time we start dissecting this thing now. So,
yes.
All right. Spoiler tags are off now at this point. We're going to start breaking this down scene by scene as we go in.
Real quick, I'm stepping away for a little bit, but I will be back.
Okay.
I can't believe Shadow shot the gun commander and then hit the gritty.
God damn it.
Crazy, man. All right. So, yeah. Film starts, and we are immediately on Prison Island right away onto that.
You know... You know how I just raise off my chair when I hear that guitar
Dude,
jingle?
Man, when they put Shadow's head, and you're just hearing like the first notes of Live and Learn as Maria's playing it on guitar. Dun 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 dun.
The leitmotif for Shadow in general was insane.
Oh yeah, like especially the fact that one of the first shots in the film is literally just like the flower bed kind of deal with that guitar playing in the back. I'm like, okay, they get it. They get it right away onto that. But I do want to mention actually real quick onto that. I did feel like the music was overall a lot better. This time, obviously, more game incorporation, including one bit later on. You know, we'll talk about that when we get to it. But I think that the music was overall better, not only just for more game music, but I feel also, in general, the certain scenes, I definitely felt the impact of the music better. And even then, of like taking bits of game music and using them in different ways, like for Shadow's leitmotif. For those first few notes of Live and Learn, like dun 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 dun. It was like Shadow's big theme. It's like, oh, this is sick. Like this.
There was even a point in the movie where they have the leitmotif of Eggman's theme from Sonic 06.
Yes. It was
which
that,
I didn't expect to catch that, but like, oh my god, it's amazing.
Yeah, they have that. Last scene is used near the end of the film, like the final cutscene from SA2. As well as City Escape, where I finally found where it is in the soundtrack onto.
Where is it?
So you know when Sonic is running around, when he's running around London onto that, it's very faint, but you can hear like, it's mostly like of the Generations version of City Escape, like the extra riff that they added onto that. You can hear that part. The new guitar part that they added in Generations on that, like bass Generations.
So the SA2 it doesn't matter part?
Their surprises are needed.
Oh, that part. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that part onto that. Yeah, to be fair, with a lot of the game kind of reference music, you do kind of have to really listen for it. Except the Eggman melody. That was like the only one I was able to identify right away that wasn't like Live and Learn's leitmotif on that kind of deal.
And Eggman also has EGGMAN.
Yeah, that one was pretty obvious onto it, as well as the victory jingle after in the prologue kind of deal on that. But yeah, so to go back to our man, one of the funny things was when I was there for the premiere on the 19th onto that, we were in like basically an IMAX theater in my thing, and it was like when it did like the one heartbeat of Shadow, you could feel your seat like shake from that sound onto that. It was just like, oh Lord, he coming.
He's coming.
I just kind of feel bad for those guys. Just like, all right, just another day that what the fuck?
It's like, oh fucking moving, oh fucking moving on that.
Wait, you guys hear that? He's coming. He's coming.
Yeah, and then just Shadow actually breaking out is just all the 05 FMV references onto that. Shadow likes to roundhouse kick a lot of people in this film.
Yep.
It's just like, man, Shadow's an asshole.
like, you know, obvious ones of 05, and then, you know, teleporting behind that guy and then punching him straight into the glass onto that. I also love that, like, I guess like that little hip hop music when he's like coming out of when he is actually breaking out of Prison Island at that point, and of course the fucking shot of him skating across the water to Tokyo.
He is a man on
I
a
shot.
I have praised that shot like so many times before the movie comes out because I love how his head just kind of like bobs like a cobra snake, like getting its prey. I'm like, it's such a it's so cool. It is so cool.
Oh my gosh, a cheered snake.
Is insert meme tweet about how this shot needs to be shown in film class.
Yes.
It does.
It's
They just need
cinema.
to
What are you
they just need to
talking
show this
about?
film in film class.
But yeah, it's like the best Shadows run cycle has looked in years for it. But.
I'm back. Where we at?
Shadow breaking out
Shadow
onto that. If you
Yeah,
guys-
Shadow has breached containment.
Oh, we're still at the beginning.
Yeah.
We're gonna
we
be
did
here
talk
a
about
while.
music for a little bit onto that. Besides the song onto it, just overall that we did feel like it was a lot better overall this time around. And such.
I got what I wanted. That's all I wanted to say.
We'll get there, Jason.
When we get there.
Yeah, to go off that beginning scene a bit more, you know, like the immediate tense up I had when we got the little flashes of his past is like, oh no.
I mean, the fact that literally the first concept art, Jeff Fowler revealed that the fact that the first concept art is literally Shadow and Maria together onto that was like, okay, they get it. They understand the assignment.
Yeah, they like at that point you knew they understood what they needed to do.
So
Like
This first scene also
I'm gonna be in pain.
This first scene also alleviated one of my fears when I saw the trailer. And it's just the fact that like Shadow's chaos control when he's zipping around and doing his thing. And the trailers didn't feel that fast. In the movie though, oh yeah, no, it's fast, never mind.
it's actually interesting you bring that up because you know that I always took it as Chaos Snap is the teleport thing because he never actually does chaos control. Yeah.
Yeah, chaos snap is the teleport.
Well, I guess that's more so
Yeah.
what I meant. Like we teleports around. In the trailer, it didn't feel that. It didn't feel that fast. It's like, I feel like you could like speed that up a little bit more. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I do. It is a little weird that Shadow doesn't have chaos control, but I guess that's just kind of thanks to the weird stuff that they're doing with the Chaos Emeralds this time. onto it. You can't
Definitely.
You can't chaos control if you don't have an emerald. So
But you also it's also one of his iconic movesets. So
yeah.
But I have a feeling that chaos control will become more important later on.
Probably in the Shadow Show or whatever comes onto that. But get back to our Sonic Heroes onto that as they're having a nice little race with Tom and Maddie onto that. I did love for Sonic getting to there, Sonic and Tails and Knuckles just doing the waiting animation onto that. I did laugh from that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's your birthday.
Oh my gosh, Toddler, he has brothers.
Oh no.
That was probably one of my favorite aspects of this movie. Is just like, yeah, like it was nice in the first movie and a little bit in the second movie seeing Sonic actually having a family, and now him having brothers. It's just like, man, my little guy's come a long way. I'm so proud of him.
Also, I love how at the start of the race, Tom and I were just like, okay, can you guys just not cause anything weird to happen this time around? That'd be great.
I did love the little comment that of like when Sonic's about to find his old cave that he used to be. It's just like Tom's just like, dude, for once. Walk by speed.
Just walk at my speed. But now in this film, I was like, all right, and here's your starting trope for these films now. It started at Sonic 1, it's Sonic 2, and it continued at Sonic 3. Tom will always tell you the lesson of the film at the beginning of the movie.
Tom is always
wise old.
It's like with Ratchet and Clank. Tom is always right.
It's a surprise tool we will use for later. I will say, I'm a little sad that the Tom tradition has died of him randomly punching someone in one of these.
I just wish he's like somehow punched a gun agent or something.
I was waiting for him to punch Rockwell so much.
well, you could technically say that the joke backfired on him, but we'll get there.
Yeah. I guess.
Look at the pretty flowers, Tom.
I will say that one line Sonic has something like what would you be if we never found you? Because it's like, I don't know, probably be a very different hedgehog. And the immediate cut to Shadow was like, I felt that.
That one hit.
Just okay, yep, they understand. Because I was even saying, I felt like going into this film, I felt like Sonic and Shadow would have a better sense of rivalry, because it's weird. In the, Game Blast, they've been pushing this rivalry for a very long time, and it's always felt off onto that, because even in SA2, their rivalry is mostly that Shadow looks like Sonic onto getting him in trouble. They've always felt kind of weirdly indirect rivals onto that, and I felt like the movies had a leg up that they could fanatically put them against each other better, because they're kind of two sides of the coin where, both lost family, being Longclaw and Maria, onto that, but Sonic was able to bounce back and have a new family onto that. Shadow did not onto that, so I felt like thematically that would put them against each other a lot better onto that overall.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I say that this film is a great adaptation of the SA2 story, because they kept everything of SA2 that can still work in the film, then they filled in the rest with with specifically movie Sonic stuff that would just work with the story.
Mm-hmm. I did love when we come back to the little thing of just the one line that got me. I don't know why. I'm just Knuckles. I have disgraced my marshmallow.
My boy is trying. I
love the little bit that Tails just has a little lighter and he's doing his marshmallow. Yeah. Like, you perfectionist little shit.
Grab 4 Bic lighters, put them under your marshmallow, and it'll be perfect.
It's like this motherfucker is cheating. Kick him out of the family.
Kick him out of the family.
It's like,
give me a finger first, then you can leave the
have
family.
A family bond moment. Okay, put the iPhone down. But then they get called by Rockwell because there's been a weird explosion happening over in Tokyo, and they go, and it was kind of surprising to me. It was like, dude, we are not even
We're
10
already
minutes in, and we're already at the Tokyo Sea. Like, what the hell?
Oh, we're doing it now.
We're already
Oh,
going.
okay.
Yeah.
Also,
Dragon Boy.
side note, introduction of a new gun character.
Yeah, Commander Rockwell onto I don't think Commander Rockwell, General.
I didn't even know her name.
Yeah, okay. I guess we can talk about this now. I feel like Rockwell was a character that kind of went nowhere onto that. She feels
what was her plan? I honestly
feel like something got lost in an earlier draft with her on that. Director Rockwell.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think she had a plan. Her only plan was, I don't trust these superpower alien freaks on my planet.
It feels like
so she's racist.
it feels like she had something more in an earlier draft, but they never got it. I want to say this with you guys. Do you feel like in a very early draft this was Rouge at one point on that?
Rouge or a
I don't.
or
Like a Rouge-like character,
Rouge.
I guess, onto
yeah,
that.
a Rouge stand-in or her handler from Sonic X.
Yeah, I don't think she was. I think she definitely was kind of meant to fill a role similar to Rouge, but I don't think they would have planned a major character from the games and then cut them.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have done that.
I'm gonna be real. I feel like at one point this was the gun commander.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely talk about the Gun Commander in a bit, but I do feel like Rockwell's weird because it felt like she had a plan, and then, like, she literally just exits this film after Act 2 onto that.
I was fully expecting her to show back up after that last scene of hers, because like the way it seems like I feel like she might have caught on a little bit.
Yeah, it's maybe they're planning for something with her later on, but I just felt like she's kind of like a weird loose end of the film on.
You could definitely do something with her later on, and they'll go in the direction that I think they're going in.
Yeah, it's just weird because she kind of just literally exits the film, kind of deal.
Yeah,
I think them getting her into the role of the new gun commander was just so we could set up the possibility of Gun being an adversary again at a later point in the franchise, because more than likely that wasn't going to be happening with
Walters.
First Walters, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, rest in peace, my man.
Okay.
Apparently he's gone.
We are jumping a little
Apparently
ahead.
he's dead. He's dead.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing, because, like, I feel like when I've been talking with people on the film, half of them were like, what, did he die on that? It's like a lot of it's weird. His death happened so fast and unceremoniously.
It's so unceremonious. It's like, just like, imagine getting killed in a fucking Japanese Chuck E. Cheese and just nobody gives a fuck.
So he is confirmed dead. Like just straight up.
Like they did not call an ambulance for him or anything onto that. Like he stopped breathing. That dude is dead on that.
At least she didn't end off on an Olive Garden joke.
Okay.
I was half expecting
when he pulled out that card. I
thought it was going to be an Olive Garden card.
I was so dreading it in my head on that.
There were 2 times where I thought they were going to pull out an Olive Garden card. One when he pulled out the key card, and second time when the fucking lady pulled the photo off his corpse. And like, it's that second one especially. I was thinking, is that going to be an Olive Garden?
My man did not eat at Olive Garden one time, and he immediately dies.
May have it. This wouldn't happen.
I'm sorry, sir. Our Olive Garden contract expired. There's no further use of you.
They're gonna have like 5 Olive Garden jokes to compensate
and
the next movie.
And just since we mentioned like the Chow Garden Cafe where he kicked the bucket, I just wanted to mention it, like, because I don't know where to fit it in, and just while it's on the top of my head, I did not expect a Pokemon reference in this movie.
Are you Pikachu?
He does look like a Pokemon.
Okay, I do want to mention that line because, like, I feel like that's the kind of line that in the hands of anybody else would fall so flat, but Idris Elba makes it funny.
Yes.
It shouldn't really be funny. I watched this film twice. I laughed both times at that line. He's this idea of Knuckles pointing at Tails and him just going, "This is like a Pokemon."
It's Tails' face as well of just like, dude.
he's giving off big Drax energy with that line.
That's clearly, I feel like, a lot of the inspiration for this version of Knuckles onto that.
It's also, it makes it even funny when you think about it. Knuckles actually knows what Pokemon is, and he didn't think about that until someone said it out loud.
That is pretty fun.
Small tangent, but looking at the behind the scenes, I just love that Idris Elba still keeps the gloves on during recording.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
He's so committed to the role.
Let's
so one
to
thing
the helicopter.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna say one thing I don't want to skip over. One thing I don't want to skip over is like in the helicopter. It's such a simple line, but I care how much. He said the thing. He said the thing.
Talk about low budget flight.
I'm out of here.
My Peter did such a massive applause on that line for it. And I think the thing is, like, that's the only, I think, real game callback line Sonic does in the whole film. But it's so in character for this version of Sonic as well that it really works onto that overall on that.
So I was watching this movie with Chris, and as soon as he said the line, I literally grabbed my armchair, turned at it like an 80-degree angle, looked him dead in the eye, and just did the biggest pog face you've ever seen.
Oh, for me in particular, there was copious amounts of Wojak pointing.
Yeah,
that was me. I was like, my theater in the first room was generally quieter until we get to a particular scene, which I was easily the loudest one in my theater. I didn't care. I didn't care for anyone else around me. Everyone else disappeared. It was only me. But that's for later. That's for later. I get this line. He said it. He said it.
I do also want to back up on another line of just like the that they're doing the Team Sonic Team Knuckles kind of thing. Is like Knuckles is just like, and remember, I am 1,000,000% muscle. Good, you've been listening. Good.
I've been listening.
I love that because it's like both funny lines. Also, like Knuckles, like, yes, you have been paying attention to me. Good.
Like,
you know what?
That dialogue is peak sibling energy.
Yes, I love their sibling energy so much in these films.
You know what? You know what that dialogue reminds me of? It reminds me of God of War Ragnarok, where like Kratos and Atreus are talking to Tyr with Mimir, and they're retelling all the events, and Mimir was like, yeah, Baldur was immune to all threats, and Kratos and Atreus chime in, physical or magical. it's like, yeah, they get it. So, like, hearing that line of the movie, I'm like, it's like the other thing.
Also, for another thing on music, I really love that we got one OK Rock, again onto for the Neon song as they come down. I mean, considering that they did Vandalize for Frontiers, it works really well. I will say, honestly, I didn't mind when they actually used licensed music this time. I felt like overall the licensed music was very in and out this time overall. So it didn't feel distracting for me. Like
you wanna know why I think that is? Because I think a lot of the movie licensed songs in here felt totally accurate for what was actually happening on screen.
Yeah,
that one OK Rock song. Don't know what that has to do with anything. What happened actually happening in the film?
But it fits the Sonic vibes.
This is not the Mario movie suddenly playing "Take on Me."
I feel like, honestly, I do feel like that complaint for the Mario movie, they were probably very aware of that going into Sonic 3.
Probably.
It's like, okay, we do not want to make that mistake. We do not want Uptown Funk happening again, kind of deal onto that. But also, I caught that fly formation as they were about to hit the ground. That
Yep.
was my point.
Heroes!
Also, just man, that landing shot of Team Sonic was just like, oh yeah, we're so fucking bad. God.
Which now that they've landed, might as well mention, like we talked about this in a voice chat before from like one of the later trailers that I didn't actually see that trailer, but I was in the call when this was mentioned. But like just the fact that we got a good justification for why Shadow was willing to throw hands.
Yeah. Okay. So
one of my favorite lines in the movie.
Okay,
it is honestly one of my favorite lines in the movie.
First thing I want to mention of just Shadow's entrance onto that, because it's like a car was thrown at them. Knuckles holds it. Again, 1 million%.
1 million
and you see Shadow come up in the fog. I was like, oh hell yes.
Go.
But yeah.
Why do you look at me? Yeah. So I brought this up because it was a line from the trailer, and it's like the best reason why Shadow would not want to talk to any of them. Shadow's history with gun. He saw them jump out of a gun helicopter. Why would he want to talk to them?
Yeah. Yeah, you jumped out of a gun helicopter. There's nothing I want to talk about. I'm like, yeah, they got it.
Because a lot of Shadow's vibe in this movie, especially in the Tokyo scene, is like, look, just get out of my way. I won't hurt you. You got in my way. All right. Time to throw hands kind of deal onto that.
Of course it was Knuckles to start the actual
I do want to mention the whole, why does he look like you? I don't look like you. You look like me.
Why do you look like me?
Why do you look like me? I'll ask the questions here, new hedgehog. Why do you look like me?
Who are you? Why do you look like me?
It's clearly their take on the Faker scene. I was admittedly waiting for one moment in this film for them to start talking over each other. I was waiting for it. It never happened on that.
The more you keep talking, the less I like you.
No, the more you keep talking, the more I want to hit you.
The more I want to hit you.
I was honestly waiting for Sonic to start the line. I found you, Faker, and Shadow not entertaining it.
Immediately roundhouse kick.
I also love the little interaction. He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously. Dude, I'm standing right here.
I don't know. For me, the one little bit I guess was like the Knuckles. Are you okay? Really? Ow!
No, not really. Not really. Ow.
But yeah, it's the pick from the trailer. Takes all of them out single-handedly. We gotta show that Shadow's a threat. I did love the fucking reverse 05 Shadow shot of like Sonic on the ground and then crumpling down with Shadow right behind.
Yeah.
Speaking of 05
Shadow,
Shadow,
like, I need to make one reference in my game.
Not just one reference, because.
Not just
you
one.
made the fucking motorcycle and gun work. How the fuck?
These are mine now.
I think it was. I think part of it was because it was just like a gun blaster. It wasn't like an actual like.
No,
Colt
but like
45.
you made the imagery of it feel natural.
I am not.
My
fucking
mom
around.
did ask me this one question because she saw the movie with me. She goes, Jason, yeah? Shadow can run as fast as Sonic, right? Yep. Why did he get on the motorcycle?
Because it's cool.
I think
it's
they
like,
a little
cool.
imply in this universe that Shadow isn't quite as fast as Sonic onto it, but I like the because honestly, for speed comparisons, like this race is through Tokyo is like the only real example that we get onto it. But I like the justification that he's putting in his chaos energy into the bike to like make it an extension of him kind of deal.
Yeah, I love that. Which led to one of the coolest fucking shots of an Akira slide up the Tokyo Tower. What the
You
fuck?
gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Kira slides on the Tokyo Tower in the sky, stands on the motorcycle, and then just jumps off to go face
It's one
Sonic.
thing to Akira slide. It's the other part to use the bike as a launching point.
I like to imagine that while they're just driving through Tokyo, well, Bayonetta on her bike just passes by, lowers glasses, hello, and then drives away.
It's just a cool shot.
I know that we're talking about that shot, but I really don't want to undersell like the entirety of this Tokyo like JC, because I think they have really nailed Sonic's actual running. Because like if you go back to movie 1, the chase between him and Eggman is pretty much just Sonic kind of normal, regular running onto it. I feel like now they have gotten his movement down of like, he's running on walls, he's doing spin dash, he's doing a lot more like just general Sonic movement into that to make the chase scenes a lot more fun onto that. Like the one shot that lives in my head rent free is when when they're both on the bike and then it's about to run into the train and then they do the warp while still in the same shot. I was like, holy shit. It was like so damn good.
Shadow's just awesome, man.
So cool.
Oh my god, he's
really
so goddamn cool.
Like, and the fact that after the whole altercation, he just leaves Sonic there handcuffed to the tower.
I told you to
just
get
like,
out of my way. You got in my way. Leave me the fuck alone.
It's just, I'm a Chad. What of it?
So yeah, after that is when we go to the Chow Garden proper onto that. I love this. I love the justification. One of just to try and put Chow into. Two, it's like I just think it's adorable. Tails wants to go to a Japanese Chuck E. Cheese on.
I need an actual pop-up location. Oh my
There was
God.
one at the LA premiere that they had like the lounge theme to Chow Garden, but I'm also like, man, I just want a little cafe kind of deal for them to make out one of
We're
these.
so happy
Also-
of seeing a live performance.
So on the OST release, if we don't get that Japanese mix of that Jackson 5 song, I just remember the name of that song, but just the fact that this is actually in Japanese. So can we get that on the soundtrack?
Yeah. So we do get to talk with Commander Walters again and get Shadow's proper backstory onto that. Which were you guys looking at anybody else? You were in the theater when they mentioned that Shadow came from like a meteorite, and I was like, that's Black Comet.
Like
I picked up on that.
Black Arms Cannon.
Oh,
I
yeah.
picked up on that so fast because I was like, "Oh, they changed it up here. He's just straight up from space. I know he came from a black cup. Oh, the black arms are coming."
Yeah,
Honestly, I like that. I like that a lot. Like I in the context of this universe, it makes a lot more sense than Gerald just making
Wait a hedgehog.
Shadow.
I definitely felt like that was always going to be one of the biggest problems that they were going to have with Shadow was, okay, if Sonic is an alien, that means there's no, like, chaos, murals or anything. So, like, how the fuck did he plan on making Shadow into a hedgehog kind of deal onto?
and they changed it to, how the fuck does this guy work?
Yeah, it's just, man, I was just so surprised. I'm just not used to us openly acknowledging black arms now. It's still a weird feeling.
Shadow's like, I guess we're doing this now.
One little side thing I do want to mention, it was something I felt around like this scene. It's probably one of the only minor complaints with the movie I have. Like when Walters just started immediately going into Shadow's backstory, I was like, okay, holy shit, the pacing in this movie is really fast. Like they are just go.
Yeah, we mentioned it a little bit with how fast we got into Tokyo. That is one of my complaints. I do think they could have slowed down a little bit at certain points. I get the feeling at times they were real, because I think this is the shortest runtime of any of the films onto it, if I remember right. Onto that.
I think so, yeah.
I think they were being really fearful of having another wedding scene happen again, so I think they really wanted to keep the pace up. I do think they could have slowed down a few times, especially when it comes to Shadow in particular. It's like, that's the time you can slow down, because like people will eat that shit up onto that kind of
Hi, Ty.
Also, random Ty joining us as well.
And the counter tie.
The Robotniks have entered the chat.
Oh, W villains.
We'll get to them. We're not there yet.
I was thinking of a line coming in. I was doing a lot of house cleaning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so look this up. The first film is 99 minutes. The second film is at the longest at 122 minutes. Sonic 3 is 110.
Yeah, so the shortest one.
So a bit shorter than
10
2.
minutes less.
Yeah. Like the first film is still the shortest, but this one Sonic 3 isn't. It's like the second shortest, but it's not that short for Sonic 2. It's only like 10 minutes, like 10, 11 minutes shorter than the second film.
Yeah. I was just thinking about like the way that Walters like talked about Shadow to Team Sonic felt like such a fast introduction to him to Team Sonic. It was like, wow, you're just jumping right into it, aren't you? Like, goddamn.
He's not in an Olive Garden. He knows his days are numbered at that point. Okay, he's got to tell this information now. But it's actually. Oh, sorry.
And also, like, he has a personal connection to the story, so it makes sense he just want to get straight to it.
Yeah. For every minute he is away from an Olive Garden, he loses 1% of his power.
Oh, sorry.
No. I'm continuing to a different point, so, like, anything you guys say, go ahead.
I was just going to make a joke. The endless shrimp sustains me.
But it is in this flashback. I really want to emphasize something about, I think that's kind of an underappreciated detail with movie Shadow in particular. It's that I think that this is honestly Shadow's best design for a few specific reasons onto it. And it's kind of a similar thing that I've heard on people kind of say that actually movies Sonic from an anime's perspective is a much better design than his game counterpart. And one of the biggest things is specifically of how they're able to emote onto that. Like for Sonic in particular, him having the 2 eyes but still be big, it lets him get away with a lot of little micro expressions. Like one example I can think of in this film when he's talking with Tom in the cave kind of deal, and like Tom says like, well, knowing you're gonna get into trouble anyway, and Sonic like does this like little look and back kind of deal. It's like with the big eyelid kind of deal that Game Sonic has, it's a lot harder to portray those little micro expressions onto that.
Fully agree. I think with Game Sonic, they have to cheat with those like eyelids that just kind of come out of nowhere, because otherwise, just the giant like one eye thing. I fully agree. I think movie Sonic just nails expression way more.
But I think it's even more important with Shadow, because a big thing with Shadow's natural design onto it, with all of his like quills and how his eye is structured. Basically, they're all kind of a focal point to like the bottom of his eyelid of that kind of you really notice it on Shadow's design. Just naturally wants him to be angry every time. Like that's his neutral expression onto it. Every face Shadow makes wants to resort back to that kind of deal. And when you try and push him out of that, you kind of still get that angry into there, even when unintentional. Like you can see it in a few cutscenes in games, and like I think one of the big examples being Dark Beginnings, kind of the one shot of like where Shadow's like the in between of like a cry and angry, and it looks kind of odd onto that. But I think because they changed the eyelids onto that, Shadow doesn't have that problem in this movie at all onto it. It's that I think one of the parts is that Shadow's design is actually allowed to be cute onto this one.
Yeah.
Onto
I think what you just described was resting bitch face.
Like it's one of the things we'll talk about her soon. But it's one of the reasons that I feel like this design, Maria can look at it and it's like, I like this little guy. He's a cute little guy. But sorry.
You were mentioning like the eyelids earlier, and it just kind of bounces off of that. His eyes aren't like, they're not as sharp. They're not like as sharply shaped. They're a little bit more like round and curved, like how Sonic's is in the games and in this movie. But when he gets angry, that's when you really start to get like the iconic, like pointed, the pointed design, and it makes him like when he's angry, he looks even angrier than what he would like the games.
The reason I bring this up now is that there's a perfect shot that describes why I think this Shadow design works so well. It's when he's inside the container and they're putting the fluid into him. Like within 1 second, he goes from scared to worried to anger. Like immediately, all within 1 second onto that.
When we saw Sonic 3 together, that shot gave me so much chills because
it's one of those, you could technically do that with the Game 1, but like, it's one of those, you have to go so far harder to sell that. I feel like this Shadow is able to sell those little expressions like instantly onto that.
All right, I had to step away and come back. Where are we at now?
We're talking about Shadow's design and how just the natural change in like his eyelids and stuff like that lets him get so much more expression off than his game counterpart onto that. So like,
yeah, jumping ahead a little bit while we're talking about the expression point, that is exactly why the moon scene later on works so as well as it does.
Yeah.
Why it's genuinely one of the best scenes in the movie, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
We get there.
So yeah, basically Walters kind of talks about you know, that Shadow came from a meteorite. They tried to harness his chaos energy onto that, but there was a terrible accident, and the scientist that was involved, being Gerald, was locked up. He did have a quill with him, which okay, here's a Sophie knows exactly what I'm breaking up. So you might be wondering, how did Gerald in this version of the movie live to be 110 on that?
115.
115 onto that. So I think it's a cut little thing from the script of the film onto it that was shown online. But
yeah, it is. It was confirmed in the interview.
So licking the quill actually extends your life onto that.
My man be huffing that chaos energy out of the sacred Rick and Morty dog.
At this point, Eggman's gonna be fucking immortal.
We'll get to that later.
To quote Sonic from later in the movie, you have issues, man.
Dude, you have serious issues.
But yeah,
so it's just like touching quills in your mouth like an addiction now.
Your kink lets you
it's
live
not
for 50
necessarily
years.
the quill. It's just the quill, more so Shadow's chaos energy that's found in the quill. That's what extended his life.
Yeah, the quill.
Just an endless supply of energy. I'm surprised they didn't pull more quills off of Shadow while he was sleeping.
But I do like how they, you know, explain why Shadow's been locked away for so long, kind of deal of that he is too powerful to leave, you know, out in the open, but too valuable to kill onto that. So like we just kind of have to keep him on ice until we figure out something to do with him at this point, kind of deal onto that.
Also, I like that Prison Island was basically just Area 51, but as an island near Japan.
Yes.
Also, while we're on the whole Walters explaining things to Team Sonic thing, I love how when Sonic heard that that Shadow didn't like him because they jumped out of a gun helicopter, he's like, okay, what the hell did Gun do?
I just think it's like there was an explosion. Me turn to the camera, press X to doubt.
Yeah, guys, help! I'm my leg is that. Okay. So yeah, after they explained, it is when the egg pawns come in and just kill Walters unceremoniously on that.
Just in and out, quick and dirty.
So when the person in all black on the motorbike came in and destroyed the egg drones. Okay, because I saw the promotional image. Part of me was actually thinking that was Maddie's sister onto that the first time. Please tell me I'm not alone on this.
Okay, it might be because Toei has a fucking vice grip on the IP, but I'm surprised though. Oh, hey, look, a comic writer.
Man, that robot. Man, they were so powerful they roboted you.
Stone was censoring you right there, don't you know?
I immediately thought it was Agent Stone.
I hated it.
Immediately Agent Stone because of the trailer, because the motorbike was right by him when the egg cracked.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't thinking about that too much in the film, but
It's fun. to avoid every single Sonic 3 trailer just to avoid moments like that, and it was in the very first one.
At least it's in Act 1 of the film onto that. So.
Yeah, that's what's like a lot of the stuff from the first trailer actually happens pretty early. So
It's not a big deal. But I like Agent Stone so much, I wanted that surprise.
So, yeah, because of that raid, and Walters gives them the first key onto that. It was like, okay, this is why Gunn is after us. We can't trust him. Follow that bike guy and leads them to it's the goat milker.
I just love that that's what Knuckles knows him for.
Well, I think it's like I think it's just the trend of like Sonic characters like refer to people by food on Donut Lord, Bear Lady, Eggman, Goat Milker.
The funny thing is, Pretzel Lady wasn't even because Maddie likes pretzels, it's because she did yoga.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
Which, okay, by the way, rewatching Sonic 1 is really funny because they watch Speed and Sonic's like, oh yes, Keanu!
He's a national treasure.
It's like, I don't feel like this is gonna be referenced in the third movie, but...
you could call it foreshadowing.
Get him out of here.
Come inside the crab. I don't know why that line got me so much. I'm just come inside the crab.
Come inside the crab.
And that enter. Da 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 da.
Man, he really let himself go.
Do you have podcast words?
And he's not ashamed of it, apparently.
And the fact that he's just watching soap operas all day.
Which we'll get to that later.
That's soap opera stuff.
We'll just say that long. We'll get to that later.
I'm sorry that peak fiction requires that things be later in the movie to be peak. But yeah. So I need more room. Sir, we don't have the material.
Bounce up.
Bounce up.
The amount of homoerotic tension here is dense.
The rawest sarcasm about how Agent Stone brought his worst enemies right in front of him into his own hideout was incredible.
Yeah, the fact that he just has a robot next to him just to heat up his burritos. I just love that.
The robot in the microwave caught me so off guard.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Like in his depression state, he just watches telenovela.
Yeah.
But yeah. In the scene, I forget the exact line, Tyler. But I think Eggman said "damn" in one of the lines onto it. I forget it, and I remember you just. Oh, sorry.
It was like, don't give a damn about something. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, and
yeah, at that moment, I thought for sure Shadow was going to say damn somewhere. But that never happened.
Like, I was waiting for it. It never happened, but I was like, maybe. I mean, considering Eggman is allowed to say man boobs and he keeps saying egg sack, please stop.
Please stop saying egg sack, please.
I have my limit.
My fucking limit. But, so, yeah, that they go into there, they see Eggman in his current status and tell him like, hey, somebody's impersonating you. Onto that, Eggman gets real bad.
What?
They did what?
Yeah, and they're like, we're kind of after the same guy. We might have to team up at that point.
One condition.
He's got serious issues, man. Pulls out the
electrolytes, son.
Which, by the way, for this upcoming the first part of our Toxic Yowie, our god.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to Jim Carrey literally growing out his hair just so it can be shaved in the film. That was not a wig at all. That was his actual hair from behind the scenes.
He really loves this role.
Yeah,
he's already said in interviews he's considering coming back for movie 4.
I got things to say about that, but we'll get to the end of the film.
Yeah.
I know it was in the trailers, but I did love the I need room. Sir, I don't have the clothes.
Found some.
I think the one thing about this scene I really wish we had was an actual explanation how he survived that fall.
Yeah.
I assume Stone just fished them out.
Yeah, no, like
Just
we saw
undercover.
Stone in that post-credit scene in Sonic 2, so I just assumed Stone saved.
Don't you know
them.
Stone broke his fall?
I mean, that's true, but even if they took like 15, 20 seconds, that would have been enough. But it was kind of yada yada into the third.
Yeah.
Give him a break. He was doing some reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance. So yeah, I guess from this point we head over to the Paramount logo gun base. At that point, please tell me I was not the only one that thought about it.
No, I did not put that together until just now. Thank you for that.
But
They decided not to put them in space right this time.
yeah. So Shadow goes around and he sees the skate, and okay. So before the film came out, if you follow me on either the Discord or social media, I've been pretty vocal about the major thing I wanted for this film was that my biggest problem with Shadow a lot of the times in the game is he is epitome of tell, don't show onto that, where I feel like they want to keep telling us about certain things about Shadow, but never have us experience it naturally in the story or stuff like that. And his relationship with Maria is like the prime example of this for me onto it. Like in SA2, besides the Maria speech kind of deal, it's like literally their only interaction is, Shadow, what do you think it's like on Earth? And then Shadow monologues. That's all we get onto that, and I feel like the games really have never gone beyond that. So,
Shadow,
like,
what do you think it's like on Earth? How the fuck do I know? I never been there.
So, like, that
Oh
was,
god,
one,
he's
of
trying to
my,
dump
that
it
was
again.
one of my biggest things heading into this film was, like, if you want to make me feel bad for Maria, like, you know, you have to show me that Shadow and Maria were so close with one another. And, like, show me why were they friends onto that to make that tragedy so much work. They fucking
Draws a bunny.
nailed it onto it. It's this or another scene is honestly my favorite part of the entire film onto
Oh, yeah.
that.
Well, we'll get to other areas where it's relevant, but I think most of the things that come straight from SA2, I genuinely do think the movie did handle so much better.
Yeah. My only two minor complaints with Maria onto it. One, I feel like the justification they gave for her being in the gun base, because it's not the space colony Ark in this one. The Ark just doesn't exist in this continuity onto that. I wish they gave a little bit justification why she's there, because I think it's just a throwaway line of like that Gerald wants her kind of deal.
Because
the guard mentions that he brings her everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess just something a little bit more, because it does seem a little weird that Maria's just able to walk into a highly government.
Well, yeah, because the big change that they make with Maria in this movie is that she's not sick.
She's
like she's perfectly fine. And honestly, I kind of prefer that change. I think Pat was talking about it a little bit in some of the previous discussions that we've had, is that since Sonic Adventure 2, they've kind of had Maria on this pedestal, kind of like sort of like a Aerith post-death in 7 sort of thing.
Yeah.
Where she was kind of considered just like this.
The best of humanity
I don't know.
kind of deal.
Yeah, this kind of best of humanity thing, and
the Virgin Mary.
Yeah,
Virgin Mary.
Part of it, and like I think it'd be a little bit more justified putting her on that pedestal if we got more time with her. But for this movie, she's not being. Yeah, she's just a kid. She's just a kid.
And Maria.
She's just a kid, and her and Shadow have this genuine connection. And it's not because Shadow's trying to save her life. It's just because they're best friends.
And I think
they're having a good time. They're playing music. They're watching movies.
She's throwing popcorn at him.
I love how much crackhead energy these two give off when together.
Like, even from their first scene of, just to mention the other part, real quick before I list the other little change I would make, I would have Maria start roller skating after she meets Shadow, because Shadow comes with his hover boots onto it. I think it would just be super cute onto that. That's my one other thing on that.
I'm going to be honest, I'm 100% the opposite. Maria starts roller skating. I want that to be an inspiration for Shadow.
Well, it's just because Shadow already comes with his shoes in him already.
and
A package.
and like even with like Maria's illness thing, I don't even think they really needed to have that in there in the first, because they never say that in SA2, so it's like they didn't even bring it up in the original game.
Yeah.
My question is, the things that were cut from SA2, like being in space or Maria's illness, if that was in the movie, would that have really added anything?
Yeah.
That's kind of
that's kind of my thing, is that I feel like, yeah, because I feel like a lot of these changes around Maria and stuff like that, I think it just let them cut the fluff and focus fire on the thing that really matters about that, which is the relationship between Shadow and Maria.
Which on that note, I just want to go back to like the scene of him in the tube when Maria first finds him. I love that scene. Just like she's like, oh, what's this? Shadow's like, who the hell are you? Draws bunny. Okay, guess we're doing this now.
Well, I mean, like, Shadow's literally only been around people that wanted to experiment on him, kind of deal. He's like, huh?
Yeah, and now he has this genuine connect. Yeah, it's like now he has like this starts to spark like this person who's genuinely interested in him for him, not because of his powers, and then just they go through the cutest little montage, and they're making blanket forts, watching scary movies.
I am dreading things the whole time.
Like I love their little dance. I love the fact that Maria is kind of a little rascal of like taking him away when they're experimenting on him and just like blasting around the halls until they run into Cake and they make little cake angels with each other. And Shadow gets a fucking smile for the love of God, man.
And like I brought it up really just the little things where like she takes a thing of popcorn, just chucks at it, and then just looks around like, where did it come from?
There we go. I don't know.
Hey,
I genuinely love that they're watching a movie about the biolizard. That was
I did catch the biolizard. I also love the little fact that, you know, the film is like, beware of the alien freak, and Shadow like gets a little concerned. Like,
yeah, Shadow actually has a moment of anxiety or concern that like people see him as a threat or as a monster.
And like the shot of Maria after that bit was like, it's just like, oh, whoops.
Yeah, and then you know, we get to go up to the flower bed, which it's funny because I can so tell it was written for the movie first. Then Sega saw the previews coming in, and they were like, "We're sealing that. We're sealing that for Shadow and Maria Dark Beginnings."
Yoink!
Yes, a fine addition for my collection.
But
especially since that scene was so quick in Dark Beginnings. Yeah, they totally just quickly threw that together.
Yeah, but I absolutely love, like, you know, its entire sequence is like tied with another scene for my favorite in the film of just like Maria bonding and this flower scene, but of, you know, the metaphor that they use for Maria throughout this film is, you know, when a star dies in the sky, that you can still see it burn bright for thousands of years, even though it's gone, kind of deal.
I love that metaphor.
Which is
that made, like, later on in the movie, that made Shadow's resolution hit that much better, way better than it ever did in SA2.
Yeah, and I just love this discussion because, you know, we've had a similar thing like this in Dark Beginnings, you know, where Shadow's like, you know, he's angry that the fact, like, you know, we're not curing you yet. I should be the one to do this. And it's like that kind of that still works a bit. I do feel like they dipped their hands twice into that, where I don't think it's quite as effective onto that. But this one of Shadow just genuinely, like, especially the facial animations really sell it. Of Shadow's just like genuinely, I don't know what the world wants from me. Onto that, you know, I'm an alien. I don't know where I came from at all. Onto it, and like he only has known being a lab rat the entire time. It's like, do I really have this place in the world? And Maria actually giving him that comfort onto it, like, no, you will find people onto that, and like we'll tackle it all together. Onto that was like, oh, see, that's how it's that kind of genuine bonding moment between that really sells. This is why Shadow meant the world to why Maria meant the world to Shadow on that I feel like we have never gotten in the games onto it. And by the way, this is all within like 3 minutes of Maria being introduced onto it.
Yep.
And they do all this within that time frame. And they barely done it with Maria in 20 years in the games onto you know.
That's why,
Between the games, animations, comics, just everything.
that's why this is like my favorite version of Maria.
Yeah, best Maria, full stop onto 100%.
Yep. Mhm.
Which, man, makes it all the more painful when they start playing the music again, and it cuts right back to the gun base of the disc still playing, and it's all cobwebbed up. It's like, oh, I felt that transition hard on that. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that was a very strong transition.
Just like even of Shadow exploring the base, and just like the hand on the glass is also one that I love for that, because you know, a kind of a parallel shot to the one we just got in the flashback, which, by the way, the one of them holding hands on the glass, literally the first concept art of this film on that.
And he was standing where Maria stood 50 years ago.
Yeah. And then he
Also, he did emote.
yes.
He did emote.
Exactly. Again, this is my
love
favorite
it.
Shadow. I like when Shadow is actually able to be things instead of trying to convince me he's cool on that. It's cooler to let characters actually be characters on that. I just think that's...
To be fair, that same shot, he gets immediately angry, which...
yeah. Which, for the character he just meet, we'll talk about him in a bit. Let's check up with Team Sonic again. As
I don't like you.
they enter in for again just a great Knuckles moment of Eggman just like, I'm gonna need all these things to open up the door, and I have opened the door.
Door's open.
You remember what happened there on movie night?
There is no such thing as a friendly ghost.
Friendly ghost.
Dude,
Which
I swear.
I love how Knuckles has a canonical fear of ghosts, given what the level he goes through in Adventure 2.
And even Agent Stone says ghosts as well. So good. Knuckles does not have a bad line throughout the entire cinematic universe.
There's no such thing as a friendly ghost.
I really think, again, we have to give it to Idris Elba onto that, because I think it is so much of like his comedic timing and being able to sell a lot of lines that really shouldn't be that funny, and he makes them comedy gold consistently, is such a talent that he has as Knuckles onto it. Again, best Knuckles. Best Knuckles.
Yeah, the cut of Knuckles getting scared and him crushing Sonic and Tails' hands is hilarious.
Everything in Sonic 2 and just everything we've seen from Knuckles and Sonic 3, it's all consistent, and this is easily my favorite Knuckles in the entire franchise.
Which, okay. When they start exploring on their own kind of deal, and like Knuckles has the flashlight around, it's like there's like no ghost can scare me. I was thinking in my head, if King Boom Boom shows up, I'm about to lose my shit. I was waiting for it. I was like the most out of pocket thing in SA2 on that.
Yeah, one thing, so we're at that point where we can bring it up. I like how for Shadow they don't straight up make him like all serious all the time after he's lost Maria, because like there's the earlier line where he looks at the team and he's like, "You're a colorful bunch," and then when he scares Knuckles, he's just boo.
I was like,
this is the Shadow I want in the games.
I love this like cheesy horror segment they have throughout this
know.
entire thing.
Yeah.
It's great.
Welcome to
Shadow and Dead by Daylight.
Five Nights at Freddy's, bitch.
I'd like to think he got some sense of humor from Maria.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I can definitely read it as that. I do love with Agent Stone of just that. Okay, I have to say it. You're adorable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and it's stuff like that line there. I've heard some people question if Stone is going to take over as like being a major villain going forward. It's lines like that make me think he isn't going to.
I think
He's
I can
too
see him
wild.
as an chaotic good potentially.
He's too likable. He's too likable.
Stone is so interesting because deep down in his core, he's not a villain, but he absolutely loves a villain, which by nature just makes him a villain.
Yeah.
He's so layered, and he's easily my favorite human in the entire franchise.
I am
on the whole Stone Tails conversation, like, because we're on that scene, like, the whole conversation they have, like, what the differences between Stone's relation with Eggman and Tails' relation with Sonic. I love that conversation so much.
Yeah, which, man, pour one out for Stone. He has a rough route this whole film.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh man, I'm sorry for you, dude.
I wish he had a second moment with the motorcycle.
Yeah,
like towards the climax.
It's admittedly a little hard of like, what would you do on two?
That's fair.
We're in
given the
space.
circumstances.
TLDR, we're in space by the end of this film, so like I don't know.
Or hell,
He drives that fucking motorcycle to space.
He does a
Kill
Bayonetta 1 kind of deal of
Or hell,
riding
even
the
though-
bike up.
Yeah, Bayonetta 1, kill, take your pick.
he could have done something during the gun base.
Yeah, I could see
Potentially.
that. But
Start using the motorcycle like Cavalier from Devil May Cry 5.
But yeah, so gets it there. Shadow comes up right behind the overshoes, takes them. Then we get the Sonic and Eggman walking around the bit.
By the way, I also love Stone's expression of fear. He nailed it.
Also, I love the fact that Stone just does not have a shirt throughout this entire segment.
They did not have the material.
Stone, why are you tied up? Do that on your own time.
But I, Sonic and Eggman kind of have a discussion of like, Shadow lost everything on to that. It was like, do you think you would be different if you had a family? Like, Eggman's like, the Robotnik name dies with me, and I am not appreciated by all possible genders.
That looks like fucking Megamind
Yeah.
in that shot.
Yeah, it's just another random line I really liked. It's one of those lines again. This movie is really good at making lines that shouldn't be funny. I think it might have been when they first like teleported to that place when Sonic and Eggman go through the portal and he's like, "Out of my way, Dorcupine!" Oh, Dorcupine, really clever. I cracked up at that.
The one that gets me is after Sonic's been taken by Shadow, just Eggman going like, Sonic, I wasn't done trauma dumping.
That was funny. My theater got a good laugh at that one.
Or the most out-of-pocket line by Gerald later in the movie.
I think I know the one. I'm gonna bring that up. We're gonna bring that up.
Speaking of which, let's get into Gerald.
Oh boy.
In stereo now.
Probably the thing I was the most curious about ever since we got the trailer. Gerald is well alive in this continuity. I was like, that's gonna be a big change on that.
The biggest change in this whole film, and my favorite change to the overall SA2 story.
Mm-hmm.
Because Gerald being alive means that Gerald can just be way more involved with everything that's actually going on screen. Because I was never a big fan of how they try to like characterize Gerald after what happened in SA2. So we should honor his memory.
No,
after he tried to kill everybody.
That was also Gun's fault. I mean, that was also a lot of Gun's fault. So,
I mean, I feel we don't really have a good idea what Gerald was as a person until the journal that came with Shadow Generations came out.
Again, a big problem with a lot of things relating to Shadow of Tell Don't Show onto that.
But with Gerald actually be alive here, it does make things more interesting because like what can they actually do with him? And the answer is very simple: just make him the villain.
Yeah, which
right.
On that note, I love this also for like Shadow's arc because Gerald in the movie is basically acting as Shadow's devil on the shoulder.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I know
100%.
I've seen a few people kind of complain by the fact that because Gerald did not create Shadow, they kind of inherently have a weird, like, less of a bond, I guess, quote unquote, onto that, which I do get that, but also part of me is like, okay, when did we actually see that in any Sonic material before Shadow Generations onto that? Like,
These motherfuckers never talk. What are we talking about?
I was like, okay, onto that. But I guess the thing with Gerald into that, Gerald's like the thing I'm most split about with this film onto that. And at first it was kind of throughout. I think now it's mostly at the end, which we'll get into more. I was kind of a little iffy on my first viewing with how much they were making goofy Gerald onto that kind of deal. Just because of like his characterization. It's like, I don't know about that. But on my second and third viewing, I was noticing he's actually pretty consistent on being serious anytime Ivo's not around onto it. That goofy persona is pretty much always just when Ivo's around, except at the end, and that's kind of where my issue happens at that point onto it. But again, we'll get into that.
Yeah, because you gotta remember, Gerald hacked some of Eggman's robots and sent them in for a quick and dirty assassination attempt on the gun commander, and it worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, to talk about this, the fact that Gerald is played by two actors and played by the same actor.
Which I gotta say though, that was seamless the way they handled it. Like the fact that Jim Carrey plays both of them, and it doesn't feel like awkward in shooting at all.
It's especially any time. I really appreciated it more on my second and third viewing because any time they physically interact with each other, I kind of have to remind myself they're not technically there at the same time. To that.
One scene later. Scene later
especially
on.
one scene
Which
later.
I still haven't figured out that one scene and how they
crazy compositing work onto that with another actor, but making sure none of that is shown onto that. But I think the crazy part is there is never one point it looks like either Eggman is green screened onto that when they're next to each other.
Especially the scene where he's questioning Gerald, and just going shoulder to shoulder behind Gerald's head. That was impressive.
Yeah, dude, the fact that you cannot tell, if they were played by different actors, you really couldn't tell on.
How did we go from the Ice Mountain scene with Robotnik looking like he was just kind of pasted on the screen?
I may have misunderstood something, but didn't they say Jim Carrey had a body double who would occasionally play Gerald or something in some of the scenes when he wasn't saying something? Just the makeup covered it up? I could have sworn that they said that. I may have misunderstood.
That probably is, but I mean the fact that they look that that they are able to sell it that well onto it. Massive props to the VFX team for being able to work on that. I did love the whole interaction at first. Grandpappy? Who did what with whom?
It's almost like we're two characters being played by the same actor in a movie.
Normally I would have an issue with that, but I think that wants to really sell if you did not watch the trailers. Yes, it's Jim Carrey playing another Jim Carrey at the same time.
They let Jim Carrey yap at himself for an entire movie's runtime.
Also,
in the saggy flesh.
I love how fast they just sell why Eggman would want to work with Gerald in this one, because it's where have you been all my life? Locked up for 50 years.
Right, so that gives Ivo motivation to join Gerald for what they're doing.
Yeah,
which I think works extremely well.
Okay. So this also brings up the second biggest thing that that Gerald actually being alive brings to the table. It's this actually, honest to goodness, gives Eggman character development, because like the first time you see him in this film, and honestly throughout the other two films, you can very clearly it's very telling how Robotnik feels about like companionship and family. Like he doesn't value it, but then the moment he meets Gerald, you kind of immediately understand why, because he never felt like he had it until someone from his family actually comes back to see him. And after being convinced that, oh, you are my grandfather, immediately how he's like, oh, I have a connection now. We're going to spend so much time together. He turns into the very kind of person that he doesn't like. But it kind of also brings like a hit of sadness to this version of Eggman, because he's just a lonely man who really desperately needed like any form of love, and he just never got that growing up. That
does actually line up with the new stuff that they have been giving Eggman into the games, because like, you know, from Frontiers, there is that journal entry that basically his family just kept talking about Maria this and Maria that, and he's just like, hey, can one of you pay attention to me at all onto that? Like,
I'm the one who's alive.
Plus becoming more of a father figure to Sage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like Frontiers definitely did it first, but I definitely like when that aspect of Eggman is explored.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the movie handled that pretty well with the implementation of Gerald.
So speaking of which, we get to the scene of everybody is tied up, that there's two Eggman now, onto that, and they got the first key and leave them for dead. I did catch of when Shadow leaves that big black hole bomb, does do "This is who I am."
Yeah,
it's like,
This is who I am.
I son of a bitch.
Which, by the way, shout outs to Knuckles for holding them back from a black hole with his teeth on that.
My jaw is also a muscle.
Also, I don't want to ignore the line. Stone, why are you tied up? Do that on your own time.
Do that on your own time.
I brought that up earlier.
Knuckles should definitely go see the dentist, though.
Yeah. Do a trick shot that almost failed, and they managed to live, and all of Paramount is destroyed in the process.
Yay!
Somebody should call Google Maps.
Well, I guess Paramount. I guess Paramountain is gone.
I guess another thing to state
Paramountain
is that it feels like Sonic still does his whole pop culture reference and stuff like that, but I feel this is the film that's not as noticeable as the other two.
There's a few times onto it. It's weird onto it. I do feel like they kind of lean into it a little bit more with Sonic onto it. He's not the most distracting one, though, with it.
Right.
I think the jokes they told were just more natural, or maybe we're just so used to it.
Yeah. At least he didn't say to Shadow, "Oh, you're like Batman."
Oh God!
Hey, hey, what's
this
up,
is like
John
Vin Diesel versus The Rock.
Yeah, yeah.
I know it's a little cringy when he like references like the other characters as something else. Part of me really wanted him to call Shadow Hot Topic somewhere in this movie.
Yes, that would have been funny.
He does.
Yeah,
He
does. Like when Shadow was about to steal the key, from when they're tied up, it's like, okay, hey, look, Hot Topic, you think we would bring the key with us? You think we're that stupid?
Yes,
oh my God, we're that stupid.
Yes, we're that stupid.
You Hot Topic wannabe and you blue gumball son of a bitch.
I think if you watch Sonic 3 and then watch like Sonic 2, you'll notice just how better the like pop culture references were slipped into there. Because 2, it's so unnatural.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm looking at the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man reference all over the place.
Yeah. So from that, the Eggmen are on their way to London and decide to get some quality time with one another.
That scene is so good.
Time for a fun fact about that scene.
Yes, I know where this is going.
All right. Yeah, so during the scene where they are in like the VR thingy at a pseudo Eggman land, the roller coaster they're on is El Toro from Six Flags Great Adventure. Just
Yeah.
with Eggman Land
I
plastered
only know
on
that
it.
because
Oh my god, I wrote that.
yeah, because
Oh my god, I wrote that.
yeah, Coaster Studios, I know, did shoot the footage for that, and they were just like, "Look, they told us we need footage of a wooden coaster, it was like, it's El Toro. We're putting El Toro in a Hollywood movie, and you can't tell us otherwise."
Look,
All
now,
right,
okay, alternate timeline where if it was Phoenix from Knobles, I would have gone fucking crazy.
You
Well-
think Ace? Do you think Eggman Land still has King Ka on that? Do you think they still got?
I need to know if anybody else
Rest in peace.
I
Eggman
need
really
to
has
know if
taste.
anybody else noticed it. So when you see the shot of them wearing the VR headsets, I couldn't help but just go, "Those are just PlayStation VR headsets." That
Oh,
just
yeah.
Those are
that to you.
VR headsets, man. I can't. It took me out very, very slightly just because I recognized the shape of those headsets.
No, those were just spray painted PSVRs.
Yes, 100%.
Which means Eggman and Gerald are cheap. They didn't go for the PSVR 2.
But well, I mean,
Don't
Gerald's
get their
been locked
budget.
away for 50 years. How would he know?
Look,
That is,
well, may I remind you that Gerald was locked away for 50 years and probably had all of his assets frozen, and Eggman did not have enough money to buy extra large shirts.
True. I think from this whole segment, I'm glad this segment doesn't go on too long for it. I think it does its jokes it needs to and get out. My favorite one is the fucking Christmas one.
Yes.
oh my god.
Where he just football tackles him.
He just tackles him, and like the lights are going off, and the back kills me every time.
I thought that scene was just filmed for the sake of like a commercial. I did not think that shot was actually in the film.
I just feel like looking at. I just feel like looking at that scene, I could hear in Jim Carrey's head, "This is the most fun I've had doing a movie in years."
Yeah.
What brings that scene together for me is like as soon as Ivor screams, before the jump, there's just that quick cut to Gerald like startling a little bit.
He's like, what's he doing?
Like, oh, shit, oh, fuck.
And of course, the end of that scene also pretty much being the official start to Stone's "I Am So Alone" arc.
The toxic Yuri, get it right. Toxic Yowie. But so then we cut back to Green Hills with Tom and Maddie, who have found several hobbies for themselves onto it. Like,
I love that they just got bored.
They literally got... Man,
They got bored,
just
so they got
hard.
like a million different skills and hobbies and talents.
I think my favorite is the bread because she's not baking the bread to eat. She's just baking bread just to be baking bread. She just makes the bread and leaves it out there, and Tom doesn't eat. Tom doesn't eat any of it.
The sourdough works for me because we have at least 3 different family members that started making sourdough like that.
It's just the fact that they leave the bread out. So she's just baking bread for the mere sake of baking bread.
Like, it's like, this is nice. Tom, Maddie, we need your help. Yes.
No, I love the fact of like it's a Tom, Maddie, we need your help on a secret. Knuckles, this way. Oh,
Knuckles, turn us around.
Sorry.
Tom, Maddie. I love the little zoom. The part that kills me is the little second zoom in that happens onto that. Tom, Maddie.
I love how there's immediately, oh, thank God, something to do.
But I also like. I think it's one part of the something to do. It's the other thing of like, man, I wish we had more Tom and Maddie. I like the fact that as soon as their kids need help, they jump right in onto it.
Yeah.
Onto it. It's like Tom and Maddie they're the kind of parents that are cool, but in the way that you only appreciate as an adult kind of deal onto that. It's what I really like about them, sort of thing.
Now, emptiness is going to hit them really hard when
Yeah.
when Sonic gets murdered in movie 7 by Mephiles.
Oh god.
Jesus.
But
Christ.
okay.
Also, whoever decided to do the ventriloquist dummy
The
joke
fucking
hurts already.
dummy.
My favorite part about the dummy is the cut back and Tails looks like he's about to fucking cry to like get that away from me right now.
I need to look at
Absolutely
Tails'
would
expression
be the
again.
kid that cries at the sight of a cloud.
Also from a note from our friend Alexandra, who couldn't make it tonight, but she wanted to say of just like that she identified immediately Maddie gave him the black woman stare.
Like, just,
Beautiful.
like, I was already dying from you're in so much trouble, but then like we're going in blind.
I love that you were in so much trouble after he threw the smartass puppet line at her. That is such good chemistry.
It's like, bro, you were one fuck up away from being put in the doghouse.
I got the sense
You
that
are-
Tone said something off camera.
Shout out to Knuckles wearing the knitted cap and eating bread during the entire play.
Yeah. The
All
all bread was
with
for
that.
Knuckles. All the bread was for Knuckles, guys.
He's a big
Oh
love
man.
I love garlic bread. If I could,
Also-
I wish I could eat it all day if I could. Knuckles.
Also,
bread makes you
Tails
fat.
is-
Bread makes you fat.
Tails is surprisingly cheerful, explaining the million ways Sonic can die in this mission.
I do like that as a little bit of character bit. It's like, okay, he knows Sonic wants to run immediately in, just like to show very clearly, like, hey, Sonic, if you do that, you are literally going to die onto that. It's just like, you listen
But
to me,
Tails-
Sonic.
Tails, Leroy Jenkins.
I
Oh
just
my
love
god,
that.
he's
Wait,
running in
what
there.
happened? You just ran into their shield.
But I
I
do
do
like
like
the
the-
fact that. Oh, sorry.
I think we're about to bring up the same thing about the key card room.
Actually, no. Go ahead onto that.
But yeah, the fact they bring up that, oh yeah, why can't we just portal our asses into the key card room? No, they scrub the internet and have like a full like info lockdown on the on even what the inside of the room looks like, because they know ring travel's a thing. Just like if you can think it, you can go there.
The moment the military knows that ring travel's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice lore touch on the rings that you need to be able to envision the place too.
Yeah, well, I think that's
to
always
use
been a
them.
thing since the first film onto that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why San Francisco is the thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, like back in the first films, the way Sonic was hopping between worlds was like following a map Longclaw gave him.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I
okay.
like the little detail that Maddie is also like, well, why can't Sonic just go super and get it right back for it? Which, by the way, I did love that it's the little media character select on. That's really cute.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I love the fact that they are like, no, we're not bringing back the Emerald. That power is way too much to get into the wrong hands, and only Knuckles knows where the location is onto that, which is like, I love that incorporation of getting Knuckles to be the guardian of the Master Emerald for it. I think that's honestly really damn smart onto that.
It's genius. It's genius.
We can't use the Master Emerald. It's a surprise tool that will use.
Okay,
Yeah,
literally, where it's stored is another story.
I will say someone actually did point out a little bit of a continuity error from movie 2, where like they have the Master Emerald reformed together like with the Chaos Emeralds in this movie, even though in 2
That was another thing I brought up when we
did
were talking
notice
about it early on.
Yeah, even though in 2 we see the emeralds fly away and Knuckles reforms the Master Emerald as its own separate entity. So it's
Yeah.
like, how did that happen? Like, bit of a continuity error.
Unless Knuckles literally could just forge Chaos Emeralds, which wouldn't make any sense.
Admittedly, it is one thing again. We said it in movie 2. I do like the fact that the Master Emerald is just the Chaos Emeralds in this continuity. It makes it, especially when we get into later films, it's going to make it a lot less confusing. Of okay, who has what emeralds now? Who has what Infinity Stones?
Look, the Master Emerald is a convenient Chaos Emerald carrying case.
Yes, exactly. But
It just have it stored in there like little Switch cartridges. It's great.
But yeah, so now we head off to London. At this point.
Oh no, the British are real.
Okay, I did like
Great
the fact that they.
classification.
I did love the fact that they used this. Because I feel like there was a contractual thing that Rachel and her husband had to be in this film kind of deal onto. To it. I love that they got to utilize them for the one scene that I think they just sell themselves completely on for that with the disguises, and I think they're just able to play up their comedy chops onto that.
Rachel's actress has so much fun, with playing in these movies.
I really hope that I think Ryan was bringing it up in talks earlier of how every one of these like each of the humans have like one of the Sonic characters they go with, kind of more Tom and Sonic, Maddie and Tails, Wade and Knuckles. I kind of want Rachel to be with Shadow onto that. That dynamic,
that would be really funny.
I need that.
So interesting point about Rachel. So I look at every single joke and scene in these movies from the perspective of a Sonic fan and someone who does not care about the series at all. And I talked to my fiance and her family, like, what their favorite things about these movies were, and they all said Rachel.
Rachel's actress has so good comedic timing.
Yeah.
And like it's so much to the point that Haley actually did say she preferred the second movie over the third one because it had more Rachel.
Like legit, my favorite line delivery from Rachel's actress is in the second movie where Tom's phone rings again. She just turns like, "So help me, Thomas!"
I will fucking kill you.
Yeah, which also, yeah, on the actress's performance, the way she sells being Maddie disguised as Rachel.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah,
you know what GUN stands for?
Getting ultra
nasty.
In general, I just love the excuse that they came up with for getting these two actors back at this film, but still have it make sense within the context of the story.
Also, the implications that Gunn recruited Rachel after that entire way. Yes.
I mean, you saw how she fucked them up at the wedding. It's like, yeah, all right, you're hired.
Please don't kill us.
Plus, being actually married to Randall, I'm sure she's learned a thing or two as well.
Yeah.
About
100%.
being in the military.
He's
But
a leaguer too.
But
Already.
it's a natural regardless.
I do think this is the film, honestly, to utilize Tom and Maddie the best, because I love the fact that they are getting ultra involved with this whole heist onto that. And, like, they actively are going along with everything into it and thinking on the fly and shit for it. It's again, I kind of wish we got more Tom and Maddie, because I really like them.
Yeah.
I want more of them.
Captain?
Captain?
Yeah, that was funny. Are there supposed to be 2 USB drives?
I did love the little blow into the USB bit on.
Yeah.
There's no scientific
gonna work.
proves that. No, it worked.
There's no scientific proof that worked. Oh, it worked.
So-
it worked in the 90s.
I
wanted
like
Tom
the
to flip it and then flip it again.
Yeah, no, I was expecting that to be the bit. In fact, that's
Yeah.
why I imagine the Eggmans had to do it. Just like, all right, put the USB in.
Probably.
Which, by the way,
Almost.
the,
What's it? Almost.
The
What's it?
Eggman,
Almost.
the Eggman USB, as people have pointed out, as an SA2 parallel kind of deal, because there's like little things onto that. You could read that as the Death Chamber keys onto that kind of deal.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
That's true.
So, is it time to talk about Latinas?
Coincidences.
I need someone to ask Jeff Fowler if that was intentional. I need someone to ask him that if they did that
I
on
look at
purpose.
it as a cosmic level coincidence.
Well, hold on. Before we talk about Latinas, we got to talk about guac. Revenge guac.
Probably. I think though this Shadow joke of Rachel can kill them both. She's not a prize to anyone.
I'm like,
I
on a
love
smaller note, I like how Shadow just wasn't against the idea of making guac.
Well, I think it's
That's
the
like,
fact
all right,
that
what do we do on downtown? Just like, yeah, you know what? I'll join y'all making guac.
I think it's the fact that he doesn't sense. Maybe I'm reading a bit into this, but I kind of get the sense that he doesn't sense any malice from, you know, from
Stone.
From Stone.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? Okay, school beans onto that.
Yes.
Kinda
I also,
So,
I
Stone
do
just
also,
wants him to chill a bit.
I do love the idea of Shadow just doing stupid shit with the same tone and like delivery as if he's gonna murder a bitch.
Yes.
Like that's how you get comedy out of Shadow onto that kind of deal.
God, the fact that he does like Latinas in this movie, I
Like,
still
okay,
can't
I
get over
remember
it.
in movie 2 of like, you know, the Knuckles telling Eggman he show him the way kind of deal. Is like, like, hey, I don't
Do you
think that
know
was
the
the
way?
Uganda Knuckles thing. I'm not so sure with this one onto.
It is a cosmic level coincidence so much you're like, was this planned? I can't tell. I
Well,
genuinely can't tell.
Yeah,
Somebody on Twitter pointed this out. Is that the show that they're watching? Knuckles was watching that show in the hotel room during the Knuckles show.
Really?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was watching
Yeah.
that show.
Yeah, well, I think that it might have actually been a coincidence because I don't know if you guys saw like some of the cut content Jeff Fowler posted about. Originally, Eggman was going to be stationed out in Mexico, which is why he's watching a telenovela. Like instead of like at the bottom of the river, like the crab was going to be like hiding out in Mexico. So they must have planned this for a little while.
Shout out to the concept art where they stop by a gasoline station to get fuel from the
Yes,
crab.
yeah, they're filling up the
Okay.
crab at a gas station.
Well, okay, is the crab gas powered or is it electric?
I think it's gas power because they show it at a gas station in the concept art.
No, it's gas powered because Robotnik doesn't care. About
Since we are talking about the crab in here, there is one bit where you know, like we should do more after we're done with this kind of deal. And Shadow goes, "When we're done, there won't be anything left." And Stone immediately is just red flag.
Red flag.
Red flag.
Yep.
So how red is that flag looking? Crimson.
And then Tails decides to be a gremlin and literally drowned them.
Okay, hang on. Alright, wait a minute. Alright. Okay, hang on. I gotta talk about this scene a little bit because, alright. Because as a plumber in training, I couldn't help but look at that scene and just go, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. There is no system built anywhere in the city where Tails could just say, alright, it's time for every single toilet to flush.
Well, Jason, the general public doesn't need to know about that.
I don't care. I don't care about the general public.
Jason,
Yeah.
have you only been studying U.S. toilets?
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
Let him cook.
Toilets are not battery powered unless the toilets are not battery powered. They're powered by gravity.
Yeah, but the water moves
At
on the
least
left
in the
side
US.
instead of the right.
Hey, Jason, you bring that up. Tails does have like little gravity gadgets in his bag in the second movie. I rest my case.
To talk about the
I'm trying to tell Tails I'm afraid to plant gravity devices in every single toilet in the city before putting one.
Can you prove he didn't?
Look, he's smart enough. He can do it. He's a smart kid. He
Okay,
can do it.
to talk about this, I love kind of the parallels of like another fucking chaos callback with this damn water onto that. Feels like kind of like movie 2. I do like this because it does show Tails' ingenuity and planning and stuff like that kind of deal. I have seen a few people talk about this, and I want to kind of get your guys' feet onto this. I know a few people were kind of saying that they kind of wanted Shadow to save Stone during this moment to show like basically like be the equivalent of like him saving Rouge on the island kind of deal onto that to show like a little moment of like maybe Shadow's not too bad on that kind of thing. It's like I get what you're coming with. I do feel like there would be a weird ripple effect on this scene though, because if Stone is legitimately in danger, it kind of puts Tails literally just tried to kill someone. Kind of. It's like, hey, wait a minute. I feel like there would be a bit of a weird effect that they didn't plan for with that. Like it takes a comedic bit and turns it into kind of a serious bit, sort of.
Yeah.
Kind of. I don't know. I feel like Shadow didn't need to do that. A part of, and maybe I just haven't played SA2 in a while, I feel like he's played a lot more jaded in this movie than in Adventure 2.
Yeah.
So I feel like he wouldn't care at this point.
I'm kind of in the same boat, but I wanted to just kind of mention that because,
He die.
Part of why he saved Rouge was partially that she did have some of the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It was not completely selfless.
Well, I think that's what he tells himself kind of deal on too.
Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Shadow.
But anyway, so are you guys ready for a dance scene? That
Oh boy!
legit is one of my favorite parts of the movie.
This scene is so funny.
Okay, admittedly, I like this scene the first time. I feel like once I'm on viewing 2 and 3, this is kind of my bathroom. This and the following scene are kind of my bathroom break moments. I do feel onto that. They do go on, I think, for a little bit too long on 2.
Yeah. I mean, there is a reason they compare this to the wedding scene. And it's not.
I don't think.
But
I don't think it's fair to compare to the wedding scene because this is way shorter. It's only like a couple minutes.
Well, I think more of the wedding, of combining this and the next scene kind of deal, because they do kind of inject.
But the gun base as an entire thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is okay. The one part that annoys me, they do say that, you know, these suits actually stop them from the lasers hurting you and stuff like that. What about their heads?
Yeah.
The entire time.
Mustache cream.
No,
Mustache cream.
No, I thought that the entire time, even on the first viewing.
Yeah.
I thought that too, but then I remembered it's a video game movie. Don't question it.
It was just like one little throwaway line or something like that. You know, like Lex Luthor helmet or something like that.
Just like I put. By the way, I also put laser repellent in your mustache.
I mean, this is definitely, I think, the scene the most of like, okay, how the fuck did they, like, technically speaking, how the fuck did they actually pull this off?
I don't know.
Because this is really the one of like, okay, how are they getting Jim Carrey to actually sell this of being two places at the same time?
This is where I think the body double thing might have
100%, especially the scene where they're carrying each other. That is absolutely the body double fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For all, maybe for all you know, it could be a Jim Carrey mannequin.
Which, by the way, also I'm just saying, just as someone who's grown up with a dad who liked to mix his own music and stuff like that, God, hearing Galvanize was one hell of a shock. Like, I grew up hearing that song. That one threw me off.
Push a button.
World. That's my favorite part. Just like that's one of my favorite parts of the song, which is a random world.
Yeah. After this, Sonic is just like, you know, they're about to hit the vault. Sonic's like, okay, we're out of time. We gotta go at this point.
I gotta go.
Let's speed up.
I know, I like the sudden cutaway where it's like, oh no, they're almost to the vault as they're slowly dancing their way over.
This can't see the inside. He doesn't know. But
Anyway.
so yeah, as I was mentioning before, as Sonic's doing his London sightseeing, this is where you actually can hear City Escape into the film. I had to search to find where City Escape actually was. It's during this scene on that.
Right as he launches himself off the bridge, I believe.
Yeah. Which I do like the, you know, I'm not gonna make it big, and then Tails launches it in, which looks very much much like Team Sonic, Team Blast. Don't think I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Okay, Heroes Not Game.
I will
Sit back
take my
down.
breadcrumbs when I can. Also, Sonic does the when he fights the Eggman, he does the Adventure DX box art pose onto that as well.
Yes, he does.
But I think so we hit the gravity chamber scene where either it makes you plumps you all the way to the ground or makes you float into the air kind of deal as the trap to guard the second key.
And also includes the funniest joke in the movie that got my theater howling in this scene with the gravity room.
the fucking
What?
I can't believe it. I know.
Yeah,
A woman in the
military.
That
My
was,
theater.
The most out-of-pocket joke in the entire franchise.
Yes, my theater was howling at that joke.
Like, well,
That
he was locked up for 50 years.
He is a man of a different era.
It shows me in this movie they're not afraid to have jokes that are a little more geared towards adults, like even more so than the whole like shiitake mushroom joke.
Yeah.
I do think this is probably overall the scene I feel like could have been trimmed up the most is this gravity chamber part. Mostly what in the aftermath of Knuckles coming in, which everybody ends up going into this chamber, and this is a thing I love how Knuckles is utilized as basically because I was worrying
He is
a bit
the unstuckinator.
yeah, I was worrying when Shadow kind of got introduced because, like, in the games, it was definitely a problem. This might be for future films potentially, but after Shadow got introduced, he kind of took the role of powerhouse that Knuckles used to have, kind of deal. So I like the fact in this film they use him as the get out of jail free card kind of deal. Of like the push button in case of emergency.
Break glass.
Yeah, break glass.
Break glass in case of emergency.
Code knock knock.
Yeah, when do I get to break glass?
He literally
Like
destroyed the
Black
entire force field.
Yeah! Also, in the theater, I pointed and mouthed to myself,
The
the
flames
flames of disaster! He did use it! He did use it!
God.
Even though I do think
later.
Even though I do think this gravity chamber went on for a bit, I do love the bit of Rockwell and Ivo slowly making their way to the key onto that, and then when the gravity gets turned off, she immediately grabs it, and I was just, that was so not worth it!
It's
My
always funny when you
exact
see a serious
face.
character like Rockwell in a situation like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's the Hildebrand effect of having a plain straight character put into a comedy bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that was definitely her best moment for sure.
also, Tom and Batty almost died from getting hit with fucking rock and barb.
Yeah.
So fast!
Oh dear God.
I remember there
All
was
right,
so much
guys.
speculation as to
Every
what was
time
going
Tom
on
and
there.
Maddie almost die in these movies, take a shot. I think we're at 4.
Hey, we're about to get
Speaking
to
of
another
which-
one in a bit. Oh, that.
Oh no!
Oh no!
But it's another bit that I do like of Tom's ingenuity of him disguising himself as, the commander to get the other key from.
Yeah, as Walker.
Yeah, and he almost said the part that for me is when he has to disguise on and Shadow comes in, and you immediately know, oh, your ass is so screwed.
Oh
Oh,
no!
it's like, all right, he's walking away as Walter. Shadow shows up. Fuck.
Yeah,
I do want to stress something on this point. It kind of makes me wish that Walter was a little more involved with, like, personally what happened to Maria. Like, it's shown that he tries to save her, but I wish it gave Shadow more incentive to go for that punch.
it
Personally.
is something that I do feel like because they killed him off so early, Commander Walters, I think they should have let him live longer onto that because he
I
has
think-
that connection to Shadow onto that. I feel like we would get more out of him than Rockwell on that,
I think Walter, in general, just kind of felt like missed potential in this movie.
There should have been a bit early in the movie where he's in an ambulance with the other commanders. He's like, "All right, take this letter to so you can forge a bond between the Tojo and the Obi alliance.
God damn
Okay,
it.
okay.
But,
Sorry.
yeah, so Shadow immediately decks Tom and takes him out, basically, like in critical condition.
Almost kills him. Not
Okay,
kidding.
I won't
He
lie.
did not.
They had me going for a minute onto it because I was
Yeah,
like,
I legit thought he was.
I was kind
Well, I
of
thought
thinking
he
in my
was done
head, was
toaster
like,
oven.
well, we do have to kind of start phasing out the humans. So
Tom, the main
I don't
character-
know. Having Shadow legit kill someone that we grow to like probably might be a bit too far.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though,
Yeah.
Tom is not a character with plot armor, I would
Yeah,
say.
it was like maybe, but you know, I love the bit. Sonic comes in, sees Tom in danger, immediately goes to him, and I love the fact that Shadow immediately starts thinking about him and Maria. At that point, it was like,
Oh,
did I just
like,
cause
oh,
another
God.
Maria to happen? At that point?
Also, I love how the second the disguise wears off, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, he's like, what the?
Who the hell are you?
I love how much that influences Shadow's following scene, too.
Yeah, because I
We'll
like
get
that
to
it doesn't turn him good immediately, but you can definitely tell this is the start of him getting like, maybe I'm not in the right on
It's the-
that.
It's the start of both hedgehogs wearing each other's shoes.
Yeah. What did you do? What I had to.
What I had to.
God,
So-
Keanu Reeves killed it in this movie.
So, yeah, Tom is in sent into an ambulance fighting for his life. The Eggmans, have gotten both keys and are sending the Ark into, the Eclipse Cannon up into space at this point, on that, which, you know, this is, where you can hear the Eggman theme at this point for 06, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hell yeah! I popped off.
Oh,
love
I actually
and I
totally
got-
missed that. Oh my god.
I got a laugh when the Eclipse Cannon, reached space, and then just like, all right, looks like I can see the similar to the Ark, and then a nose and mustache pop out of the side. Like, okay, guys, okay.
I also
there
like
you
in
go.
true New Yorker fashion that none of the people in that video gave a shit about what was going on the monitor.
Well, it's just
Also-
the end of the world. Don't worry about it.
The thing with
At
the
least
Eclipse
it's not
Cannon
all
was,
more twerking in Times Square this time.
how did they sneak the mustache into there? Because it wasn't built by Gerald. It was just schematic.
He said they follow his schematics exactly. He guess he just had the schematics and probably just said, this is crucial. Don't question
Don't worry. It's a
No one
deployable
did not realize the
array to build
design flaw
power.
until
This
it's
is
too
the problem
late.
that you get when you make a man decide a super weapon and then let him walk free with no Burrell gun. You're fucking morons on that. But yeah, and then they get the Eggman gets his game accurate design, which I fucking love the part of him crawling on the floor and kissing Gerald.
Oh my
Which-
God,
which I was
Then
like,
the cut to, like,
then
then the cut to Gerald just giggling.
I even love Shadows just like looking at him like, dude, why? You
The
know,
fact that there was not just one for Eggman, but also one for Gerald.
which
got
I
me
will
laughing.
say, man, Gerald rocks the all-white adventure look onto
Oh,
that.
yeah, he does.
Really does.
Also, real quick, on the whole Gerald thing, because I realized none of us really mentioned this before, but the fact that, you know, after the whole reveal that it was Gerald who was impersonating Eggman, the way Shadow broke out initially, yeah, the fact that the reason Shadow's here is because Gerald broke him out.
Yep. Which also the fact that when they're going into space, starts. I love the bit of, you know, Eggman's like trying to go for the high five. Gerald's just looking out at space at that point. Like you could start to feel the tone shift at that point, which
Yeah.
I really
You can
love.
see Gerald dropping some of his silliness mask.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
bit. I wish that energy kept through the entire bit, but we'll get to that in a bit. But so back on Earth, Tom is fighting for his life in an ambulance at this point, and Sonic's just like, "Okay,
Give me
that's
the
it.
emerald.
I need the emerald at this point." And like, honestly, low key, another one of my personal favorite scenes of Sonic and Knuckles be fighting over the emerald kind of deal. onto that, and Tails trying to back them both out of the whole situation on that.
But just because they're on the same side doesn't mean that they don't have beef here and there.
I like it's very I always kind of compare it's very Leonardo Ralph like in TMNT kind of energy on that sort of deal.
I feel that.
I love that the way it gets resolved is Knuckles going, I know this is probably a bad idea, but I also want to trust you.
A very big brother, it's like, all right, fine, I know I can't talk you out of it, but you do not come to me for when, things don't go your way on that kind of deal.
All right.
Well,
I will tell
he
you where
backs
I
off
hid
for
it.
the same reason. He backs off for the same reason he wants to defend the Emerald, because of the oath. It kind of circles back to the same point, which is really, really good fighting. God damn.
Again, it's another thing. Knuckles is not dumb onto that, and I feel like actually really keeps up his persona for all of this. And I also enjoyed Tails onto that too. Of like, no, we're not supposed to be. We're supposed to like work this out together, guys. On that too.
We're a team.
Which also,
Friendship.
we haven't mentioned it much, but I really want to give shout-outs to Colleen onto that, because it's one of those, it's understated, but Colleen is absolutely doing the most actual voice work of anyone in the cast onto that. Like, the amount of time she is able to naturally crack her voice onto that and play Tails so consistently is like, I feel like it gets understated, but like, Colleen is really putting in a lot of work as Tails throughout the film on that.
All right, gentlemen, let's get that emerald. It's hidden. It's guarded by a powerful warrior, one that had to go through the hero's journey to defeat his deadbeat dad.
As soon as he said it was a mighty warrior, I knew exactly where it was going.
I think it is absolutely hilarious for all the amount of time that he had in the series. Waited in this movie for, I don't even think, 20 seconds.
You know what?
Like,
and I think that
is
was all
just the
really
easiest
needed.
fucking paycheck
That was
ever
all
had.
the time I think he needed just to do his one main joke and then get out kind of deal.
It's like, look,
Yeah,
Sonic, I promised I was going to guard this with my life. Well, I tried.
I had to step out for a second. Yeah, that joke was handled so tastefully, especially like. I think this is definitely Wade's best appearance in all 3 movies. He was there for what he needed to do, and he had like his best joke. It was so good.
Yeah.
I also love his reaction because he's never seen Supersonic before. He's like, whoa, what the fuck is happening?
Also,
play hockey.
Because they don't do the Marvel issue where you have to watch the show to understand what Wade's doing. And it's a funny joke if you haven't seen the show, but if you have seen the show, it shows that Knuckles trusts Wade a great deal, which I think works so well.
I like how if they keep this structure, because I think like Team Sonic and stuff like that is going to be left to the movies. I think if they keep these side characters, like for instance, Shadow is like probably not going to be part of Team Sonic in the future and stuff like that. He's going to be off doing his own thing. Keep these side characters to the shows and explore them that way, and you can like pull little things from there if you want, because they're not going to be major players onto that. I think that's the best way to go about it for them. Leave the movies for Team Sonic and stuff like that. You can use the shows to flesh out all of the more side characters that aren't part of like our main 3, maybe 4 later on.
And if you're like me, and haven't seen the Knuckles show, it's still a nice thing because, like, yeah, of course Knuckles will know Wade. They're living in the same town.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I will say just to get my one weird complaint. I do feel like Supersonic looks a little weird in this. I think it's his coloring. He looks more like a dirty yellow in this film compared to like the more like saturated gold yellow he was in the second film. It's not a big thing. It just looks a little odd. I noticed it on my second and third viewing more onto that. For him.
I think that was more of an issue just with that first scene. I think later scenes weren't as egregious with that.
It felt pretty consistent. Maybe it was just I had a bad projector on my other 2 viewings. Maybe, I don't know on that, but
maybe I didn't feel that issue, or maybe it was just in contrast with Shadow in that point.
But,
It's hard to say.
Oh, I forgot to mention when they're going up, Agent Stone calls Eggman and was basically like, "Hey, I don't trust him. He's doing bad shit on that."
Shadow raised lots of red flags.
Yeah, and basically, again, Toxic Yowie of Eggman dumping him at that point.
He didn't take the breakup well.
I feel bad for Stone, man. He just gets shit throughout this whole movie.
Agent Stone, you're fired, but don't leave yet. I need to clone you.
Yeah, I was basically like, all these red flags just look like flags when you have red glasses.
Yeah, the BoJack Horseman line. But we're heading into Act 3 at this point. So I remember, we had to do the SA2 thing onto it, and you see like this little, I guess actually, technically, the beginning of this scene is Gerald laying out the plan completely of what they're doing. Of Shadow. Okay, I guess actually, technically, the first thing is Shadow talking to Gerald, and basically, I like the fact that he goes, "Is this what Maria wanted?" onto it, and Gerald, I think, in his response to the game's kind of going, "It doesn't matter what Maria wanted onto it. All that matters is we get revenge on everybody for that." Because, there's no final wish from Maria in this version at all onto that, and I think I like that a little bit more.
She gets blown the fuck up and fucking dies. No final speech, no nothing.
I like that because I always felt like it was really weird with the final speech of Shadow not remembering it and then suddenly remembering it afterwards for thinking Maria wanted revenge and then suddenly, oh, I fucked up, kind of deal. I just more like that. It's basically built on it's their own personal anger at them fueling them more.
I've heard the sentiment that Shadow in SA2 did not have an arc. It's more just what you said. He just misremembers and then remembers and just said, "Oh fuck." And especially compared to the movie where he clearly has an arc.
Yeah. So I guess let's talk about the child in the room. So in this version, we get the flashback of Maria's death. There's a gun soldier pointing a gun at her. Then young Walters goes, "Are you crazy? That's a kid!" Fires the gun. It hits like a blast of big container of chaos energy that does a big fireball, and Maria dies from that. I don't know why Gerald didn't die because he was closer to the explosion.
He was huffing the quill.
It's like,
Well,
I think I have to watch again. What technically killed Maria? Was it that she got unfortunately hit by rubble, or?
I assume just the actual chaos blast kind of like hit her kind of deal. But okay, from the way the scene was shot and how it was kind of covered up, I think in the deleted scenes or whatever, I think the first time they shot that scene, that girl got shot. Onto that.
100%.
I'm gonna assume that shooting a child did not go over well in the preview screenings onto that.
Pat, whatever would give you that idea?
I was like 50-50 if they were gonna actually shoot Maria or not onto that.
I think they saw all the posts of people saying they'll cheer when she gets shot, and plus the concert where everyone does cheer when she gets shot, and said, "Yeah, no."
You guys are all responsible for this. I hope you know.
Just swap, no fun allowed.
No fun.
I guess this is my one complaint with this scene, because I do remember feeling a bit about this on my viewings for it. I think I just wish the scene lasted a little longer to let Shadow absorb, like, the moment more onto it, because I do feel like it happens very quick, the aftermath.
That's kind of just a general theme with a lot of big scenes in this movie, is they're all just really quickly paced.
Yeah. But I think this one in particular, like, this is Shadow's entire motivation for it, so I feel like this
is both Shadow and Gerald's motivation.
Which I do want to shout out also, like, Jim Carrey's face when it pans to him, when they find
So good.
Maria's body onto it, like, holy shit, onto that.
Like that I heard someone say, like, they wish that they had more screen time of Gerald and Maria to really hammer in Gerald's motivation.
Like, they
I think
don't get any really with each
they
other.
don't have a
Yeah.
single scene outside of that one.
Yeah, and
That's it.
it's also a little weird because they just say they're trying to take Shadow away from us. Onto that, I guess to be fair, in the games, it's never been very clear of what caused the raids on the arc because they also keep changing it all the time onto that too. I think
Gerald built
a little.
Gerald built a cannon. It was Shadow. Black Orbs. Gizoid Rampage. Artificial Chaos.
Yeah, but
I'd say Shadow is enough motivation for the raid,
yeah,
given how powerful he is.
I guess just a little bit of just some kind of little bit of thing just to say, like, okay, we're going in, we're grabbing Shadow at this point, to like, enough's enough kind of deal onto that. We want to use him as a weapon. Sort of bit. I think just a little more throwaway lines onto that to explain it a little bit better, but Shadow powers up after kind of reliving that. Shadow starts to power up the Eclipse Cannon, and Eggman and Gerald talk, and Gerald basically reveals he's gonna fire that weapon at the Earth, and he's gonna blow the entire thing up, including them. Eggman just doing a great what?
Yeah.
I live there.
Yeah.
We can't annihilate the Earth.
My telenovela.
He is going to blow up the planet, but I live here.
Exactly. Which, by the way, this entire conversation leads to one of the coldest fucking lines in the entire franchise. So
You're not Maria.
Eggman goes like, "But we're family." Oh, Ivo, you're no Maria.
Only there was
My
someone who loved
theater drop their jaws at that line on that.
Oh,
God took the wrong
the
side.
second time I saw the movie, and I was with Haley, and that was her first time. Like, I heard her like audibly gasp during that.
Like, bro, that's gonna be an all-time remembered line in this franchise on doing.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah. As a fun reminder for those who never saw Truman Show, Jim Carrey can do emotional shit.
Yes. Again, we'll talk about it a little bit more in a bit, but so they're ready to fire this cannon, and there's a yellow spike that comes around the Earth. Shadow starts to think it might be missiles or anything like that. Eggman pulls out his quill from Sonic, and it turns yellow. It's him.
We are finally at my favorite part of the movie.
So this was the scene I didn't know I wanted in this film onto it when I was thinking about how they were going to adapt the SA2 story. The Sonic versus Shadow part of this whole encounter was not the part I had on my bingo card on that at all.
This was the scene I knew I wanted, and it fucking delivered.
So Sonic blasts right in, grabs Shadow, and they start to fight at this point and brings him down to Earth. Shadow knocks the Master Emerald out of Sonic at that point. Both of them go reaching for it. Sonic turns super, but turns around him. There's another hedgehog right there on that. So it's the funny thing is, I feel like Super Shadow was like the worst kept secret about the entire film.
Oh,
Like,
100%.
like any
Yeah.
kind of the toys or even like the popcorn buckets that were in our theater, like Super Shadow was everywhere.
Look, we had Super Sonic in the previous movie. We knew Shadow was going to be here. I expected it.
Yeah, but the thing I love, they went back to his old super design. They went back to the white and red look for Super Shadow onto that. Which,
Dude, pink. It looks kind of like a pinkish gold that he has. It's obviously a little bit more white, but there's still that little bit of yellow in there.
It's like a creamy.
Yeah, it's like a
white.
creamy, like pinkish yellow. And this is my favorite Super Shadow look. I love this color. It's so fucking
I
good.
love in the trailer they pulled an endgame onto that they edited one shot that Shadow was super into it and replaced it with his regular model for the trailer on that.
So smart. So smart.
Which, okay, let's get into this thing. Supersonic charges right at Shadow. He like backhands the arm away and the giant crater. It's like, Shadow you're right about one thing. This ends now. And
he literally did
just
the Matrix
dragging
thing.
him on. It's just like,
So,
yeah, you're gonna kill me. Come on.
I remember one review that came out about the film a few days before it came out, basically saying that Sonic 3 is the closest thing Hollywood has ever made to a legit Dragon Ball film.
Yeah,
This is
Gene
the
Park
scene
said
they
that.
were talking about. Because they start beating the shit out of each other.
And not just beating the shit out of each other. They're beating the shit out of each other while Live and Learn is just
No,
blasting.
no, not yet.
Put that back in the can. Put that back in the can. Put that can back. Put that can back.
It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
That can back.
He's not wrong though.
Okay.
The guitar motif was playing, but it was more of like a battle.
It's not time yet.
But I know exactly.
It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
Put that can down.
But so Shadow just starts fucking ragdolling Sonic all over, bashes him into a rock onto it. The part that made my jaw drop though is when Sonic starts punching Shadow across fucking continents on that.
Smash cut to back on the Eclipse can. I'm just like, Saiyans. All right.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not racist.
We'll get back to to Arc stuff for. I want to just kind of keep talking about this scene onto it. So,
Because following that is the whole like Shadow talk scene. That scene is so good.
I love this because at first it was a little weird to me, but on second viewing it, I definitely read this as a bit of like, Shadow is starting to see himself in Sonic with the whole revenge aspect, and he doesn't like it, looking back in the mirror kind of deal on that. We're talking about, what kind of hero abandons his friends for lots of revenge onto that, especially that one human. What was his name?
What's his name? Tom.
And
Wake up, EXDP!
It's especially, I love this parallel of this reflection of it, because if it was Sonic up there and he said, what was her name? Maria? Shadow would do the same shit onto that. And Sonic punches his ass to the moon on that.
It's so good.
Yeeted the emeralds right out of it.
So good.
Man
Dude,
burned
that
all
shot
that
of where you
meter.
just see the zoom out of Rome onto that. And they do the Dragon Ball thing where they show it 3 times at different angles onto that.
Oh, I love Final Fantasy 16.
So, yeah, Sonic knocked Shadow out of his super form on the moon. So, I'm gonna say it. Remember when I said that there were 2 scenes that were fighting for my favorite scene in the film? This entire bit on the moon is the other scene fighting for my top spot on that. So, Supersonic's got Shadow pinned down, basically about to kill him, just straight up onto that.
Because Shadow knows his mission is done, and if Sonic kills him, that completely proved his point correct.
Yeah.
Basically.
Shadow was completely right that entire scene in Rome, where he sees himself and Sonic, but everything he said was 100% true about his friends, his family, and if Sonic goes through the final blow, he was right, 100%.
Do it, I'm right here, and then he remembers what Tom said and doesn't do his revenge, and that kind of shakes Shadow at this point. Like, what do you mean onto that? And Sonic basically says, like, no, there's no, there's no winners and revenge onto it. And I think for me, this is what I love about this scene is I always felt like the Amy convincing Shadow always felt very weak to me onto that. Because Amy basically goes, well, humans are good onto that. They can do things. Give them a chance kind of deal. That always felt really weak to me because it's like, we're talking about a guy who's about to destroy all of humanity onto it. That doesn't feel like a good enough explanation to get him to switch onto that. And then you have the whole Maria thing. It always just felt very clunky to me onto that. It doesn't give me a reason why I feel like Shadow would suddenly change his mind onto that.
Side note, that whole scene with Amy in hindsight is really, really funny. Because it's just like, Amy go, everyone's doing their best, and so must I. So what does she do? Ask Shadow for help.
But, yeah, I like this entire bit, because, again, of, like, the whole thing I was talking about, that I felt like Sonic and Shadow just had a natural, better rivalry. They talk about, I think the thing that works for this is Sonic went through the same shit in this continuity where he lost basically his mother figure onto that. And, Shadow talks like, did the pain never go away onto that? And Sonic basically talks about, yeah, it did, but, you keep going and you live on. You can't live in that rage forever onto that. I like this more because, one, Sonic and Shadow just legitimately get to have a heart-to-heart. When has that ever happened in continuity?
They're talking.
Never.
Never.
They never had a heart-to-heart like this because like, I think the closest that they've gotten to like reconciling is going Super for the end of SA2, but even then it was just like, hey, we have to work together, so let's work together. But this was just like it was genuinely just like, yeah, like, let's work this out. Like, they had heart. Yeah, like, he got another brother.
You can also
this is the one time in the movie.
You have a heart-to-heart.
This is the one time in the movie that it gets to slow down and just reflect on, we were wrong in this situation. And this is the first time that he was in a calm environment under the stars like he was with Maria. And he addresses that. And that gives him the chance to listen to what Sonic has to say.
Which, man, like, I gotta say, the shot of them, like, with the dark sky, and just them sitting on the moon, like, Sophie and I have been talking about this, like, that scene's gonna get redrawn so much when the scene comes to digital onto that. And I think for me, one of my favorite shots in the entire film is, like, when the sun starts to come up over the planet onto it. It's a very, like, Reeves Superman kind of shot onto it, was immediately what I was thinking of about that. And just, the extra hit of, the light shines even though the star is gone onto it. Was like, oh no.
Ooh.
My one nitpick is I would make Shadow cry in this scene. That is my one nitpick. It's not missing anything without it, but I would absolutely add it in the feed.
It's weird because I looked at his eyes. It looked like it was starting to form.
It was close, but I needed that like one SA2 tier for example.
Yeah, but like it's a thing for.
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's sit a little bit more. Sit down. It's a thing for me that I noticed a lot on my rewatches. Like, the hype moments are still hype, and we'll get to that. I think it's for me, honestly, the emotional moments start to hit more and more with every rewatch for me, which is a really good sign for this film's long-term appeal onto that for me.
100%. So, after the light shines, even though the star is gone, things start to spin a little faster, and Shadow realizes, man, all this was my fault.
Yeah. And Sonic tells him, there's never a chance, like, no matter how much you screw up,
too late.
It's never too late. Onto, all right, Jason,
Open it.
All right. Now, all right.
Well,
So
before we get to that, I
wait,
just
wait.
love. Hold on. I love the line when you screw up this bad, you can't fix it alone. Just implying we got to team up.
Yeah.
No other words needed said. It's so good.
So good.
Okay. When this film got announced, so we were going to move with Shadows coming, I made it very clear. There's one scene that I want more so than anything else that this film could give me. I want Shadow. I want Sonic and Shadow to be on screen together. I want them both to go super, and I want Live and Learn to play in the background. And I remember at the time, Pat looked at me and said, "Jason, that's not going to happen. You're not going to get Live and Learn." Here's the thing, right? So, Shadow's leitmotif throughout this whole film has straight up been live and learn. If you listen closely, a lot of Shadow scenes, especially when he's fighting, is a leitmotif on live and learn. They have all the keynotes there. Even when Sonic and Shadow go super for the first time, and they have that Dragon Ball fight scene across the planet, when Shadow goes super, it plays his leitmotif, a darker version of live and learn, because they've been they've been building up to this one scene on the moon when they finally go super for real this time, and they play a remix of Live and Learn on the moon, and I blew up so loud in the theater because when I heard that guitar riff kick in, that's a leitmotif, but as like the real thing, and they dab each other up, and the impulse comes flying out of their bodies. I was like, it's happening! They're doing the thing! They're doing the thing for the video game that I love as a child! They both went super, and Live and Learn starts playing, and they go flying off towards the arc, and then like we get like the short scene, whatever, between Jim Carrey. Yeah, that's cute, whatever. It doesn't matter. John Robotnik releases the gun robots, like the common enemies that we see that we see all over the game. But now actual enemies fighting in space. But now we see Sonic and Shadow actually teaming up with Live and Learn playing in the background, and they're taking out all these robots, doing all these super cool team-up competition, and I scream my giant black head off. We got a giant explosion effect, and they were literally posed. They did the pose. They did the super poses on screen when they were flying up into the air, and and I was the loudest guy in my theater. I didn't care who was around me, what was around me. I was like, they did it. They gave me the thing that I asked for. I just wanted these two people on screen while Live and Learn actually plays, and I got it. And I screamed my little head off like I'm doing right now. It is so cool, man. Even on the second viewing, I did not scream, but I was vibrating so hard in my seat. I think
it was good.
Like the little 12-year-old boy in me was reawakened for the first time in years. It's like, it's here, it's on the big screen, and it didn't disappoint. My throat hurts.
I think it was the Taco Bells that gave it away. Let's break that down a little bit.
Yeah. All right, rewind. All right, now for me to talk. I was sitting in my chair. They dab each other up. It's like, come on, do it. Live and Learn. And I grab the popcorn bag, start eating, and I Wojak point. I'm doing the double Wojak point, like ah.
Never has a bro shake been so hype.
They dab each other up, and the impulse come popping out.
I do have to give.
Don't
some
tell me
credit
you
to
got a catchphrase.
I was gonna say I have to give credit to the whole catchphrase part because Ben Schwartz is like everyone loves it. Like they're owning that shit.
Okay. To the point
I
of
think it's good
before
clarification.
everybody else gushes, to your point, Jason, onto it. I was very skeptical on Live and Learn was going to play until all of the marketing, including the stuff that was playing before in our theater, before the movie even started, kept using Live and Learn as a leitmotif onto it. And I started thinking, I think Live and Learn's actually in the film. If they're using it this much, kind of deal, I think it's there at this point.
So when we were first watching the movie, or before we watched the movie, there was all like the motifs in the advertising and whatnot, and it's like, okay, there's a very good chance that it's gonna play. As soon as the acoustic guitar from the beginning played, I was like, oh, they're fucking doing it.
Our theater applauded so damn hard on that.
Like there's something to be said about how much Live and Learn is so much a part of like the vibe and the feeling from of SA2. Probably more
It's
so
the
than
soul.
Yeah,
it's the
like
soul of
it's like more so than possibly any other song or like any other music track to come out of this franchise. Because you can have like you can have like your premises like you prefer like open your heart over Live and Learn, but you can also make an argument that Open Your Heart is not like the soul of SA2. Meanwhile,
SA1, you mean?
Of SA1. Meanwhile, Live and Learn is so integral to that final moment, to the shot of Sonic and Shadow going super. It's so integral to like the finale of this story that it is impossible to have one without the other. The one time they did it in Sonic X, when they adapted that scene without Live and Learn in the dub, for some dumb reason, it felt so wrong. Only to later find out that you watch it in Japanese. They still play Live and Learn. It is so important that if you guys straight up got rid of it for some like generic epic final battle music, it would not have hit the same at all.
It's different.
It is so different. Regardless of how you feel about Live and Learn, it's so good. It is so good when it actually starts playing. Like, oh, it's coming, it's happening, they're doing the thing.
So
Wait,
good
what else
that it
wanna
caused
talk about
Crush
with it?
40s to sue Sega for realizing, wait, we didn't get our royalties.
Well, from what I recall, was it just one specific member of Crush 40 with that?
John Gioli, the singer.
I was just
Yeah, it was John Gioli, which made me think that Paramount found out who actually owns the rights to Live and Learn, found out was Johnny, went straight to Johnny, and that was Johnny's wake-up call. Like, wait a minute.
He's like, oh shit!
Like, wait, I own this song, not Sega? It's like, oh, hang on, oh, wait a minute.
I just want to talk.
So,
Anyway, Tabby,
yeah,
I feel like Tabby.
Tabby, Ryan, and Triforce, you guys for Live and Learn.
I'll go last. I'll let the other
Alright.
guys go first.
In that case, I'll go next. So, like, I mentioned before in this stream that SA2 was my first Sonic game, so me going to the movie, just waiting for when Live and Learn would play because, like, come on, it has to. So during that first fight between the super forms, I hear the guitar, I was like, oh, there it is. And then it happens again. It's like, how did it hit twice? How the fuck did it hit twice?
Because the first time, like I said, the first time it hit, it was like a darker version where it's just like, oh, it's playing, but it doesn't hit the same because it's not supposed to feel good because Sonic is fighting Shadow out of anger.
Yeah, but yeah, like that second time, the way it just basically instantly starts playing with their like practically instant super transformation is just all the dopamine.
Just like
Oh,
the little
the
build-up
dopamine.
of the guitar into is like my favorite part of the deal.
It's so good. And then it hits again when they start fighting the robots.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good.
Right?
I mean, I don't even know what I could even add after all that. It's like, yeah, it's
Like,
really
what?
good. It's like, what can I even say?
Fair enough.
So
It's goaded.
so I'm gonna use my my second use of the Chris was sitting next to me card. So literally, like they dabbed up, and as soon as I heard the I grip my seat, look at Chris, pog, and then look back at the screen and just start jumping up and down in my seat.
I was gonna say, it's how you were like, I gripped Chris's hand.
I gamer leaned forward.
But, like, cause okay, so just to give you an idea of what my theater was like, it was me and Chris, and then I think there was like a grandpa with his grandkid that were watching the movie, and then there was like a teenage couple that I guess they were like on a date. Which what the hell of a movie to go on a date for?
They're correct.
But
Yes.
they are correct. And like I asked Chris before we went to the movie. I'm like, okay, just so I get an idea, are there going to be moments where I'm going to scream? And he's like, yes. And he was not wrong. I let out multiple squeals, and I was just like trying to keep it in as much as I could. But as soon as I got into Live and Learn, I was like,
Oh,
I was so excited.
It's so interesting looking back. Like the first time I watched it with the fan event, everyone is on the same page and everyone is freaking out at the exact same moments. And then the second viewing, where it's more casual and it's more just a general audience, and it's like, wow, I really gotta hold back my screams.
Yeah, dude, man, it's like I wish I could go back to that viewing with that initial audience, because it's like when you're with general families and stuff like that, it don't hit the same.
Oh god, I need to shut the fuck up.
Go to a really late late viewing. I went when I watched it. I went at like 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
And like
those kind of things are why I went to like the fan event the day before, because I knew that was going to be a bunch of Sonic fans, kind of.
Yeah. Really late night airings are a way to avoid like just general families.
Shout out
You
to
can be
the
like
guy
me and not
behind
care.
me that's just like,
Yeah.
that just yelled out, he's so cool!
Oh my god, he's
That
so
was me.
goddamn
That was me.
cool.
I went all the way
remember
to
this.
Orlando to
I
scream in their
remember.
theater.
I even remember. My voice is cracked now. I even remember this. Like afterwards, we were like, my mom and I were talking, and we got to that scene, and she's like, "Yes, Jason, I heard you scream your little head off. The one thing I don't understand though, I don't understand why you were screaming. I don't understand why you were screaming." It's like, Mom,
It's a whole story.
Mom, it's a whole. It's so cool. This is from my childhood.
They lived and learned.
They lived and learned. It's the thing for the
They
video.
lived, they learned, they pogged.
It's the thing for the video game. It's so cool. They did it.
So
For perspective, my second viewing was at 1 p.m. and there were a bunch of little kids behind me, and I will say they did pop off at the post-credit scene.
we'll get to that.
We'll
get
get
to
To share the theater experience thing real quick, like I went with my grandma, so she was just sitting next to me. So I just had a moment where I'd lean over and go, "Yeah, so that's from the game."
So, okay, this is the thing of, honestly, unfortunately, Live and Learn is caught in my biggest problem in the entire film. Onto it is
single worst transition.
they have this great build-up, the thing we all wanted, and then we cut back to Gerald spanking Eggman and doing this. I hate this stupid fight that they have on the arc so goddamn much onto it. It's my least favorite part of the entire film, for multiple reasons on that. It's one,
Yeah.
I just don't think the fight is that interesting, and it feels really out of character for these guys on two.
I'm gonna jump in on this point because they're literally working with nanomachines. The possibilities for these two geniuses are literally endless.
Yeah.
And we get a giant hand, a scorpion, and a mantis.
And like my problem is it feels like it keeps undermining the really hype shit that happens around it. And the fact that during this entire segment, for all of like just the Eggman Gerald stuff in general, that didn't get a laugh in all three of my viewings. It's like that's how I know it's bad on that for it. On it was just like, man, I like if you literally cut those out and because this is the other thing of like I don't like Gerald just becomes a weird cartoony villain at the end of it because I feel like before then it actually is really consistent until that point onto it. And that's why Gerald's like my biggest issue with this whole film.
Like if he was as sinister as he was in earlier parts of the movie and like say commanding the robots to go after Super Sonic and Super Shadow, that would have worked for me.
Yep.
Yeah, because Ivo wanting to stop Gerald does make sense. Again, he wants to rule the world, not destroy it. But like maybe it's like he goes to start stopping it. We cut, and then we cut back in, and that's where we see like Ivo hanging from the balcony.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that it cuts between like some of what should be some of the hypest shit in the film onto that, and it always just kind of leaves a weird taste in my mouth with that onto it.
Like the strangest highs and lows of this climax. It's hard to describe.
It's the thing of like kind of with that. I still actually think I give the climax overall to the second film just because I think the tone is more consistent overall on two.
And the build-up is stronger as well, and there wasn't this weird high-low shift. Like, it got to the high, it stayed high.
So, that's my bit. I just want to kind of say that. Now we can go back to the hype shit.
I will say...
One of my favorite bits from them being super, like, because I was like, oh, hell yes. The massive array of Chaos Spears.
Yes,
oh god,
right.
the Chaos Spears got such a massive cheer in our first showing on today.
Yo, he's doing Doom Spear!
Whoa!
Was that before or after Gerald's death?
That was after.
That was
okay, so
technically first you get all the first it's technically all the gun robots coming up, and Sonic's just like ready to take out some recyclables. Just try and keep up. And he like revs his arm kind of deal.
Oh my god!
Let's talk about Gerald's death for like a split second.
Hold on, I want to talk about the supersonic, super shadow part first. Onto that of like this entire shot where they're just like fighting all of these robots. Shadow grabs the gun on the robot and like starts shooting all of them, and then like they do the fucking SA2 pose onto the camera and shit.
I also can't emphasize enough.
So cool, man.
I can't emphasize enough how much I love seeing Shadow smile during this entire section.
Yeah, cocky Shadow onto it. I love him.
Yeah,
I love it.
I also love like one of
love
the final bits where Shadow's like, "What the hell are you doing? Bring a bunch of targets."
Yeah. Also, I do think honestly that's the best SA2 post shot that they've ever done onto that with the two super forms onto that. That's my favorite version of the shot now.
It's so good.
But yeah, I guess the cut next would be Gerald's death onto that. So like he has Eggman on the ledge. It's like, have any final words? Like what? I love you. What? No. It was gonna be something better. But if you're gonna be that way, I'm not gonna say it.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
And then Tails and Knuckles come in, grab Eggman onto that. Eggman takes the quill, pokes it up Gerald's ass, he goes flying, and then
Zap.
Zap.
Dog Zap.
That anticlimax fucking killed
That
me.
got- that
really
That's funny.
that got a huge
That was
laugh in
definitely
my
one of the
theater.
loudest parts of our theater.
Yeah.
So
Alright, you're not gonna take yourself seriously in the third act? Neither will I! Fuck off!
So,
that was funny.
So
yeah, from there they. Oh, sorry.
I did have a little bit of a like a pop off moment when I saw the mechs coming out of the arc, because like not only obviously is it like a movie version of the mechs in SA2, is that they use those same mechs in the Shadow DLC for the movie DLC and Shadow Generations. And for the longest time playing that before the movie, I was like, where do these mechs come from? And then I see the mechs, I'm like, okay, there it is. Yay.
So, from that, then they start having to stop the laser and redirect it onto it. So the two hedgehogs try and just hold back the laser while Eggman, Knuckles, and Tails start pointing it away. I do love Shadow just going, "This was your plan on that."
It's just like,
I mean, it shows he had faith in Sonic, which I like. I like that part.
Which I kind of like in this version. It's Sonic that falls to Earth this time instead of Shadow onto.
plot twist?
But they do
And
manage
also-
to. Oh, sorry.
And also it also does this still has the thing from SA2 where you have to kind of think about why, but thinking about why does make a lot of sense. Why Sonic would be the one to fall to Earth and lose his form instead of Shadow, and it's actually really simple logic. Since Shadow's whole thing is the fact that it's chaos energy. Shadow is just way better at controlling the chaos energy, actually maintaining that form than Sonic is. Who's only this is only his third time going super.
Oh, and not only that, the fact that Shadow controls chaos energy, and that's what the cannon is powered by.
Yeah. It's,
I
that makes sense.
want to bring up something real quick about the Eclipse Cannon. How I like how similar it is. Like, the actual internal chamber is pretty similar to how, the main chamber in the Ark looked, but still different enough.
Yeah.
Like, instead of being, a full floor where the glass normally would be in, the Eggman Tails boss room, instead it's just a pit.
Yeah. Which, they do end up redirecting the laser onto it. There's a cheer. Except they hit the
And then it hits the moon. I knew we weren't getting out of this without the moon taking a hit.
One of the funniest lines after, I love the fact they made them blowing up the moon into a comedic bit onto it.
Yeah.
It's just oh, what did you do?
You're like, I did it! What did you do?
That killed me. Which I will say, to jump a little ahead to the to the post-credit scene, the moon is still blown up onto it, and it looks kind of sick.
Yep, I was saving it for when we talked about it, but yep, it
looks very Ruby Moon kind of deal on.
Alright, no, that does unfortunately mean that every subsequent Sonic movie universe content, we're gonna be able to look, it's gonna be Moonwatch time, baby!
Unless my
That's right, we're looking for moon continuity!
Unless some theories are correct, which we'll get there.
We'll see.
What if Eggman fixes the moon?
But so yeah, from that Sonic Tails and Knuckles go to try and save Sonic at this point as he's burning up in re-entry onto that. Tails initially tries to get into after being launched by Knuckles. He can't quite tank it. And then Knuckles, all the way from the Eclipse Cannon, by the way, comes in, uses their last ring, and gets the safety onto that, which is just I love Team Sonic's dynamic so much.
Yes.
On
That-
that.
I did think about that. Hang on. I did think about that what if Tails succeeded? How would Knuckles get back?
He's
fine.
just 1,000,000% muscle.
Muscle.
True.
He'd be like Master Chief at the beginning of Halo 3. He'd just survive it. He'd tank it.
He takes it.
He could
He
take
takes it.
Good boy.
He hits Dokemi on Wake Up.
I like to imagine Sonic falling all the way from space to Earth. He hits the ground. It's the roll from Ocarina of Time.
I mean, Sonic has survived that fall many times.
Yeah, on the yeah.
I mean, it's just the unimpressive roll for Ocarina of Time. That's how he takes it. I can't.
But it's not done because the Eclipse cannon is about to blow up at this point.
Blow up!
It may
I mean,
have
it was-
overloaded.
I mean, it was also only designed to fire once and then blow up.
So Shadow and Eggman basically team up of that Shadow will push the Arc away and Eggman has to just try and contain it at this point, which I guess to talk about Shadow's thing, one fucking inhibitor rings!
Yeah!
Oh, I popped
Another
off
pop
so
off,
hard.
another pop off, another pop off. Let's fucking go. We are so fucking back.
So yeah, of like one that's the Sonic X thing onto that. So I appreciate like, yeah, no, he should be using the inhibitor rings at this point onto that. But the part that fucking got me is like this music swell and it's like these flashbacks to Maria onto that. Like, dude, I choked up at that point. That one got me really hard on that. But the
Plus
other
the final scene with Jim Carrey.
Yeah, so yeah, we get the he put basically the announcement thing, but instead it's to Agent Stone basically finally saying that, hey, you know, you were my only friend onto that and doing a bunch of callbacks to SA1 at the not SA1 to movie 1 at this point, and you know, if I can't rule the world, I might as well save it on that.
Yep.
What a lad.
All the lines were pulled from the first movie. Like, I love the way you make them. I think he said thanks for nothing at one point.
Yeah, thanks for
Honestly,
nothing, that's his last line.
Just if you've seen all 3 movies, it's a great send off for the character, assuming this is his last appearance.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I feel like it should be the end of to it. Like movie 2 was definitely ambiguous for if they wanted him back. This one, I don't know. This felt
Yeah,
pretty
it was
thematically
like-
final.
I have an idea for how they would do it, but we need to get to the credits. We need to get to like the post-credit stuff to talk
If
about it.
Eggman were to come back, I don't think you bring him in next movie. Like, I'd say this is like, bring him back 2 movies down the line as like a last-minute save or something like that kind of thing. Because, like, I don't know. If you just suddenly bring Eggman back after something like that, that would
All
feel
that impact is
thematically
just
really
gone.
weird at that point.
Yeah. I don't want that impact just gone.
Especially, can we talk
Right.
about it that this is potentially a continuity where Eggman just straight up dies onto it? That's kind of
Well
nuts
then.
for Sonic
I mean-
on that.
I mean that happened early on in the Archie comics.
Yeah, but then they replaced him afterwards onto that, like,
Yeah.
immediately.
I mean, who's to say they're not going to do that again?
Because it's not Jim Carrey on that.
Well, no, I mean, who's to say they're not just going to have Jim Carrey come back, but in like a slightly
Carrey-
different version of Eggman?
Jim Carrey,
Plus,
Mr. Tinker is that right?
I mean, have you seen this all-star cast? You got Jim Carrey, Keanu Reeves, Idris Elba. These movies are getting fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows who else they're bringing in?
But yeah, so the Eclipse Cannon blows up. It does not ruin the Earth at this point onto it. And you get Team Sonic basically reconciling and Brother Love with a fucking Rise of Lyric reference, by the way.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Team
how
Sonic?
how about just Team?
Just team.
That's a Rise
Yeah,
of
that's a
Lyric
Rise of Lyric
reference on that.
Oh.
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 Ian.
Yeah, but
He had nothing to do with the film. Onto
No, that was Jeff Fowler.
Sorry, force of habit.
Like the movie earned that one better.
Which also, by
Like-
the way, it is during that scene of them reflecting onto it. That is where you hear the last cutscene music of SA2, by the way, onto that in the soundtrack.
Also, now that we're back at them at the campsite and all, well, one thing we hadn't mentioned before: the dog subtitles.
Oh, you
I was
stole
gonna
my
ask
I
you
hate
that.
you all.
Showed my human.
You stole my human.
So, yeah, and then the movie ends with them doing one final race, and alright, everybody, tinfoil hat time, here we go! Onto it.
Alright,
So, I guess...
alright, so
Well,
this
hang on. Before we get to this, should we just skip ahead to the second post?
Yeah, I want to say the second one is just... Shadows alive!
Shadow's alive. I would
Okay,
like
no,
to
actually,
mention that-
actually, there is something I actually want to bring up about the second one. So in my second viewing, the second viewing is the view where everyone that I took with me were still had no connection to like the franchise, the franchise at all. So I was the only Sonic fan amongst, for lack of a better term, normies. And they all really like Shadow. And they were also sad. They were actually sad when Shadow died because they actually did want him to be alive. And I was just standing there waiting for the second post-credit scene. My brain just went, give it time. They'll see it. So when it was actually confirmed that Shadow was still alive, they were actually really excited about that. So I know as fans of this franchise, us demonstrated that Shadow's alive. Of course, Shadow's alive. He's too much of a fan favorite.
There's too much money on the table.
Too much money on the
We've been
table.
through this with SA2 once already. We know it.
We've been through this several times over.
But it is nice to see that Shadow's death and revival can still have that effect on people. That normal people can still go into this film knowing nothing, like Shadow, be sad about his death, and be happy that he's coming back.
They just didn't want to have to wait for the Heroes movie.
Which does make me wonder. Shadow was still was the one super at the end. So does he have the Master Emerald right now?
Not only would he likely have the Chaos Emerald, but from what little we see of him, he doesn't look too banged up from what happened. So I imagine we're skipping the entire memory loss heroes.
Thank God.
Shadow, yeah.
Oh,
I
thank God.
imagine that's
Thank God.
So
I've left up.
But for actual tip for a halftime.
Well, actually, first I want to talk a little bit more about the Shadow thing because we pretty much know we're getting a Shadow show at this point. There's no way that's not happening.
Oh God, what if that's where he has amnesia?
We talked about I think the human they would probably pair him with is Rachel onto that one. I would love to see that dynamic too so much. The other part that if they do decide to go with Rachel has a daughter on that.
Maria Surrogate.
I could see some interesting stuff of Shadow kind of recognizing and be like, I do not want to get too close. I've been through this once.
There is now an image.
Again.
There is now an image in my brain of Rachel and Shadow walking into a place all armed to the teeth with firearms, and it's fucking Saejima from Yakuza 4.
It's so funny for me because she's like with Team Song, she's like, can't stand these aliens. And then she gets Shadow, me and my bestie.
There's a theory that the human would be Stone instead.
That's actually one thing I was going to say. One thing I had actually thought of after movie 3 was over. If they didn't want to make Stone a villain, and if they wanted to continue running with what the games do of having Shadow become a gun agent, one thing that I thought of potentially is we see later on in movie 4, Stone actually manages to become a higher up at gun, and Shadow is his top agent. I think that could actually really work.
Dude, could you imagine a motorcycle scene with the two of them?
That could actually really work.
I imagine Stone squeezed into a sidecar.
Beautiful.
Well, the thing that's kind of stopping me, because like I really do like the idea, but the other part of me that's also thinking about is the fact that Commander Rockwell could have potentially been introduced to this film for the sake of the TV, for the sake of the TV show. So if she is if she is in there, she can also be a potential thing to stand in Shadow's way. Because for all intents and purposes, this guy did try to blow up the planet.
I think that would actually make her a lot more interesting because the movie just did not give enough for her to work with, I think. So if they made that a plot point in the TV show, I think that would change a lot of people's opinion about her because I know she's not particularly favored right now. It worked for me.
I can only imagine now, start of a Shadow show, it's Stone getting crunked at a bar. Shadow walks in. Hey, is there still Revenge Guac still available?
Revenge Guac.
I like the idea of Shadow trying to get up to the bar and his head barely gets above the counter.
Yeah, no, the second the scene was picked,
I want uppies.
I just pictured you hear walking sounds, you just see the red highlight of the top quill above the bar.
The other thing I want to maybe throw out onto, I was thinking about it. Black arms are kind of weirdly perfect for sideshow material. Okay, here's the thing. I think if they want to play Black Doom, I think you could potentially still have it as Black Doom is potentially Shadow's surrogate dad kind of deal or whatever. But I think you can you can play him half serious, half even comedic just because of the absurdity of Black Arms. Be like he's trying to bond with his son, but his son's having absolutely none of it kind of deal.
Dude, you said that, and my first thought immediately went to the Knuckles show, the Flames of Disaster episode.
Wait!
Flames of Disaster.
The Flames of Disaster be a bunch Black. That's Black. Sorry, I'm eating White Castle sliders. It's Black Doom going chaos control.
But the other thing of potentially onto that, because I know they have to keep the costs down and not show Shadow all the time onto it, just because the CG for these characters are expensive. Regardless of what you do, I think for me, I kind of want either an episode or maybe even half the show just be flashbacks or us seeing time of Shadow in Project Shadow kind of deal onto that with just to flesh out more of that time of that gun base. You could even have it with Gerald and Maria onto that and just show more of their bonding time during to that. I think a TV show that's perfect material for that kind of stuff onto that.
I could see it. It's just a matter of if they get Jim Carrey again.
Yeah, true.
No,
that is important. Yeah.
I mean, hey, they got Idris Elba for the Knuckles show, and they're gonna have to get Keanu Reeves for the Shadow show, so it's not impossible. I mean, it could be a smaller contract.
The idea of it being half present day, half ragtag adventures with Maria, just I love Kamen Rider Kiva. Cheryl even looks like Kiva too.
All right. Now, true tinfoil hat time. All right.
Okay, all right. So I brought this theory up with Pat, with Pat when we were discussing the film. But the actual, first of all, the actual post-credit scene with the actual most meat, after the race, Sonic ends up overshooting the finish line. He ends up in the New York State Park, where he encounters Metal Sonic, which is really funny because it's just Metal Sonic. There's no movie design. Metal Sonic. That is just Metal Sonic.
Metal Sonic.
Okay,
packing a gun.
Okay, there's two parts to this. One, I have been wanting Metal Sonic since movie 1, ever since Eggman said he would harness the power of that quill kind of deal. I was like, Metal Sonic? I
Sonic.
thought that's where it was going. So, especially because for movie 2 post-credit scene, I was like, it's either Shadow or Metal Sonic. And like going into this movie, like it's 80% Metal Sonic on 2, and I feel. And I popped off. I've been wanting it for so long. And it is funny.
too.
He looks so good. Like he looks legitimately great into it.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just
no,
funny. It's literally
It's
his
just
face.
it's literally Metal Sonic.
I even
Yeah.
wonder because, like, if you remember in Boom, it was also just the game design. So is this just a
what
running
is it?
joke at this point?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
it? What is it with
can't
Metal
show
Sonic just having the same design in every continuity? It's hilarious.
Except this time he just randomly has a Mega Buster for some reason.
Yeah, and the thing, and so the thing is, the thing is, it's not just Metal Sonic. Turns out
There's
it's
also
like
Metal Sonic. There's also
Metal
the
Sonic.
top 10 best looking characters in the movie: Metal Sonic, 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 and Metal Sonic.
It's an army of Metal Sonic that surround him, get ready to
I can't believe it.
get ready to cap him, and then Sophie's favorite character
Can't
shows up
believe
on
this.
screen with the hat with the
Okay,
flag.
before we get to
and
her-
everything.
Before we get to her, I can't believe they stuck Metal Sonic in the Big Getty Star. So that's what we do for movie 4.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so like
The Serengeti star.
But
in the same post-credit scene that they show Metal, they also show off Amy.
well,
Which one?
like, you know, a pink streak with a big hammer starts showing up and takes all
Yo, that
of
shit
them.
was that shit was just a smash reveal.
Yeah, and then she's in a cloak. She pulls her head back, and Amy's there, and Amy looks incredible.
Oh,
on
yeah.
2. It's only her face,
Amy
but
looks good.
she looks great on 2. Like, I'm honestly shocked at how good she looks on 2.
Hang on. The only thing I don't like is that she was wearing the robe, so we don't even know which outfit she's wearing.
Well, I
But this actually leads to my
hold on,
theory.
hold on. Through my rewatches, I did see the red boot, so it is definitely her modern design. Or at
Okay,
least
like I know
based
she's
off
got the
of
modern hand. So.
Boys,
All right,
boys, let's let the AB stand pop off for a little bit. Sophie, go.
Oh no, stroking.
When I saw her, I basically soft yelled, Sophie's fucking dead.
Yes. So real quick, I just gotta share my reaction with this post-credits because my personal context is a little more interesting. So during the back half of the climax of the movie, because I tend to drink soda when watching movies, I was like, I need to use the bathroom. Crap. Okay, run to the bathroom, run back, and I get in as Sonic is fighting Metal Sonic. So I was like, okay, yep, there's Metal Sonic. Sees the army of Metal Sonics. Me back in my seat, just whispers, "What the fuck?
What did I miss?
Well, no, because like I see Metal Sonic. Yay, Metal Sonic's what? Huh?
Like, okay.
no, and weirdly in this post-credit scene, this is the most that movie Sonic felt like regular Sonic with this dialogue to Metal Sonic.
Yeah. I can
He's
always-
growing into the role. He's growing into the role.
So it's interesting. Like, I felt like, you know, if they were gonna show Metal Sonic, like, I felt like, you know, the whole thing of Amy and Metal Sonic, because, you know, they're kind of characters paired with each other thanks to CD and stuff like that. I felt like the order was gonna be show Amy first and then show Metal Sonic. I was kind of be like the other way around, because I was like, I don't know if Amy's gonna quite get the theater reaction that like someone like Shadow did, kind of deal. And then apparently every theater reaction I see onto that proved me completely wrong. It's like, okay, yeah.
I think it also helps that we have an army of Metal Sonics to job to Amy.
Well, it's
But,
also,
like,
I think,
because
part of it, I think also for just the general reaction onto that is, you know, a lot of people our age, you know, we have a lot of attachment to Shadow. Amy has been really on a meteoric rise within like the past decade onto that.
Oh,
I feel like people are more familiar with Amy than they are a character like Shadow onto that overall level.
Like, past
So
like couple past decade.
Yeah, like
I do have. Oh god.
Just I want to shout out to our friend Jen, who was basically describing like, okay, my theater cheered a lot for Metal Sonic. It became a fucking madhouse for Amy.
All right, so tinfoil hat time. So this was my theory that I presented to the board. Because like Metal Sonic and Amy are both tied to Sonic CD, and it wasn't just Metal Sonic; it was an army of Metal Sonics. And Sonic CD's whole thing is time travel. So my tinfoil hat theory is the fact that the fourth film is going to be a loose adaptation of Sonic CD and Sonic Heroes, where if this is possible, that this version of Amy and this Metal Sonics are coming from like an alternate timeline where, say, like Eggman did make Metal Sonic and won, and like it won, so he just has like an army of Metal Sonics, and so now they're like time hopping to different versions to see if like he can like expand his he expand his empire, whatever. And in that timeline, that is where Amy comes from. And if Jim Carrey really wants to come back for another film, it is still a way to have another robot and have another Robotnik, where the robot that we see the one that we were with for these three films, he is dead, but this one comes from another timeline.
So Archie,
This one
guys.
comes from the
Also-
comes from the big Getty Star.
Also, just random thought. I just realized it now. When the first Metal Sonic appears, like when he appeared, like that cloud of smoke and lightning. Anybody else just think that was a Terminator reference?
Oh no, I think it's
100%.
absolutely
100%.
intentional onto that, because like
Okay.
I agree with Jason. I think this is Terminator-esque kind of movie we are going for onto that, just with a whole ass army of Metal Sonics onto that. I do think that,
it was about time travel too.
yeah, and I think it will definitely be a thing of like all the regular Metal Sonics are like jobber bodies, but we deal with them for Act 1. Act 2 is like the main body, the one really in control, which is Neo Metal. And then the third act, we get proper Metal Overlord or Super Neo Metal, whatever you want to do onto that.
It's so strange, like how much they made Metal Sonic feel like enemy fodder when he typically is a much bigger deal, especially the fact that they had multiple of them and they just plowed through them so quickly. So yeah, there is a bigger picture thing going on with like a main Metal Overlord or Neo Metal Sonic or something. I don't know where they're gonna go with it, but it's kind of interesting that they took that perspective.
I do think that it is this main metal, Neo Metal kind of body thing, because you want to know what that also means? You can do easy fan service for these jobber bodies to put in like Silver Sonic, Mecha Sonic.
That is really true. There's a lot of variation with that. So the next movie, I don't think it's gonna strictly follow like one game or like Heroes or CD. But it's going to be like an amalgamation of lots of different ideas that were attempted throughout the series, because time travel is explored a lot between CD, Generations, 06. You got Dimension stuff with Rush. They could do a lot with this upcoming movie. And if it's
Start of movie 4. Silver the Hedgehog popped out of a portal and looks at Sonic. Found you, Impless Trigger!
Okay.
Okay.
First,
my
like,
God.
Amy's, somebody's been trying to say something for a bit. So.
and then
Okay,
the mic drop.
I do want Silver to appear in the movie verse. I am very mixed of him appearing in movie 4, because one, I think out of all the characters, Silver desperately needs like a year of Silver of like recharacterization, introduction into the game. But at the same time, I feel like we'll run into the same problem with 2, where Knuckles basically takes over Tails' role that was hyped from the first film.
That's
deal.
definitely the biggest problem I have, because it's also like, man, if you don't, if it's like, so, it's like, would they really do 2 time travel movies onto that to try and do them onto that? But it's also like, I want Amy to have her proper screen time. I feel like trying to squeeze in Silver might be a bit
Silver
too
needs
much.
his own
You
entry.
could potentially, with Silver, change it from instead of the future from a different dimension or something like that. Because I don't think necessarily you need the future aspect for Silver. He just needs to come from a doomed environment, I think, onto that. But
My theory about Silver is that him and Amy are partners and they're going to share some kind of like screen time and dynamic. Almost like him and Blaze in 06, and he did partner with Amy in 06 as well. I think Amy is going to be this version's Blaze minus the whole, ending of 06.
yeah,
That's my current theory right now.
yeah, it's one of those. It's a thing because, like, honestly, I don't think Shadow's going to be in this next film at all onto it. The only way I see Shadow being part of this is like if he comes in for a Deus Ex Machina moment at the very end, kind of deal to get him out of a jam, sort of thing. On
that would happen.
Yeah.
But like, it's weird. Like, I do think I agree with you, Sophie. I do think Silver kind of needs that cultural reset, and I won't lie. After that Super Sonic and Super Shadow fight, movie Silver would go hard as fuck.
Yes, it
would.
Movie Silver was. Oh my god, movie
These
Silver would
special
fuck
effects would go
shit
insane.
up.
Yeah,
Also, I'm just gonna say, if you also want to actually go through with the idea of like rebooting Mephiles that was since the generations, I'm just saying.
it's a thing I think for like maybe movie 5 or something like that. I don't
Yeah.
know, but
Yeah.
okay, here's the other thing I want to bring up onto this, because I've been also thinking about this idea, because I've also been thinking, if we go with this idea that Amy is from the future coming back kind of deal, I am trying to think of a few ways that they handle Amy's dynamic with the group onto that, for it, because one of the things is the fangirl aspect onto it, which I think they are going to do onto that. I know Sega has been kind of downplaying it, but again, like I said before, like these movies do a thing, and as Sega's like, actually, we had the character written like this the whole time onto it. I have 2 different ways I think they could approach this onto it. The number one, if you don't want to play on the romantic aspect at all onto it, you could just make it of where Sonic is a like legendary person within Amy's time frame onto that she went back in time to get their help and able to actually beat Metal onto that. But like, so be a thing of like, she has heard about him her entire life onto that, and pretty much knows everything about him. Gets back to that time frame. It's like, he still is my hero and stuff like that, but wow, he's really different than what I was told about.
Just literally just, oh my god, this guy's such a dork.
He's such a dork, but he's so cool.
I kind of did that
I
with
just imagine maybe like behind searching for one, just blushing in the corner. Like,
yeah, they kind of did that with Tales of 2, but definitely push it much further with it.
Yeah. Or the other aspect, if you do want to, I think regardless if they end up going on a romantic thing, don't make it a big thing into it to drag down time. I think it is an element you still kind of do need. The other way, I think of a fun way to play on this, thinking about the movie version of Sonic specifically, is to do like the idea, but instead you change it. Sonic has a crush on Amy onto that for it.
Man, Amy's so cool.
Well, it's like, if you think about it, this Sonic has never actually has ever had her like had any like girl to crush or anything like that. And he sees this badass warrior chick come in. He's like,
To be fair, they've been doing that more in other Sonic media, like Boom. They did it a little in Prime, I think, and it's subtly hinted at in Frontiers here and there. Like, obviously not like hardcore pushed.
Yeah,
yeah. I think we're getting to the point with Sonic where he's like, he's not fully against the idea of like being with
that
Amy,
he has to sit Maddie has to sit down Sonic and give him the talk about love.
That's the other part why I want this, because I think this would be hilarious shit for Tom and Maddie onto it.
It's like,
Tom
oh, no.
having to give Sonic the talk is hilarious. Oh my god.
Especially, I also want the idea of Knuckles like egging him on as like the bigger
Like,
brother. that
Knuckles
knows.
being the wingman.
The birds and the charmy bees.
Yeah, though.
My fault. Pachacabok told me about this. Yes, Sonic, this is important for your tribe. You must succeed in acquiring the girl boss.
I'm excited to see a conversation between Tom and Amy, where Tom is just like, "You hurt my boy. You will answer to me."
No,
Like, just being
I'm
like
gonna,
dad.
no, going with past idea, I think even a funnier dynamic is Knuckles.
What?
It's just like Knuckles slowly finding out and him giving Sonic so much nonsense. It's like it's just like Knuckles trying to play Wingman. It's just really funny. When we Knuckles trying to play Wingman is really funny. It's just like, come on, Sonic, if you want to rule the female hedgehog.
Knuckles, you can't say that on this planet.
Knuckles' tails is right next to us.
I just
Knuckles is
realized.
2024. He never takes it.
I desperately need the scene where where Knuckles gives her the handshake and she's the only one that can actually withstand it.
I like her.
Should we just put best friends? Like,
Guys,
It's like Thor and Captain Marvel in Endgame. I like this one.
Yeah, and I think the whole thing, if you go for this idea of Sonic having the crush, to reset status quo by the end of the movie, he starts to be like, maybe not, I don't need it. But the end of the movie, if Amy, which I think she will, just naturally becomes part of Team Sonic, Amy's just at the end of the movie, oh shit, now I like him.
What
like
what
I
did I
figure out
just
the
thought
night
of? With the whole Amy Sonic crush dynamic thing, Rachel meeting Amy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh god, there's kind of a
I like this one.
If he does anything
good for him.
stupid, you fucking kill him.
But yeah, I just think it's important because I've been seeing people talk about like, will they want that they go down this idea because of like weird Sega mandates and stuff, which I feel like they've been easing up onto that over and over more.
Yeah.
And the movies are kind of able to do whatever they want onto that. Here's the thing, I think you need that dynamic so Amy actually has something to interact with the rest of the group onto it. If you just try and, I guess for lack of a word, girl boss warrior her kind of deal, like the problem is I feel like you get something like Illumination movie Peach onto that. Where she's just got like no chemistry with anybody into the cast onto that. And I think they know that the chemistry between each character is like one of the things that really makes these movies work onto that. So I think they're gonna pay attention to that when it comes to Amy on that.
The important thing you gotta remember is that the main thing about that stands out Amy aside for a crush with Sonic is she's bubbly, like very keeps her emotions off on the sleeve, and especially with the New Year's thing, they're definitely putting more emphasis on the entire thing of like love for like the entire world specifically.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I just want to go out and do some good in the world kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh god, the idea. Go back to the thing that Sonic was doing at the start of 2, but have it be him and Amy.
Oh, the whole like Blue Justice
thing.
Man, we'll be just like Batman and Batgirl. Batwoman.
Oh no. Oh no.
Does he know?
I guess the other part onto this, because I'm seeing chat talk about this on idea for casting. Okay, here's the thing. I don't think they're gonna celebrity cast Amy onto that, especially if they're gonna want her to be part of Team Sonic onto it. I think with they have to know with every time they add one of these furry fucks on screen, the animation budget starts to skyrocket onto that. for it. So I think they're wanting to keep costs down by using somebody they do not have to pay near as much. I'd be totally cool with Sydney coming back for Amy onto that. I think she has proven herself as definitive Amy at this point.
It's like
I think Cindy, or if you have to get a celebrity voice actor or actress, get somebody who's not super high budget like Idris Elba.
Or they can do what they did with Sonic and just get a talented VA.
Yeah.
I'm down for more talented VAs.
But I think the celebrity cast, I definitely think is going to be Neo Metal or whatever onto that, because that's been the theme of each one of the villains in these films has been voiced by a celebrity onto that. So
who would you give for Neo Metal though?
So I was talking with Alexandra. I was seeing with Alexandra onto this again. The one she suggested, I'm kind of fucking with Vin Diesel onto that.
Ooh.
Oh no!
But it's like, think about it. Think of like evil Iron Giant kind of Vin Diesel voice onto it, and I'm like, wait.
Oh, that's okay. Would be really sad.
Wait. And I'm imagining that with both Neo and Metal Overlord. I'm like, no, hold on, they're cooking.
It's not about ruling the world, Sonic. It's about family.
But yeah,
We are family,
on the whole Amy voice idea, if we were to go for like a lower budget like VA person, just because it would be funny for the casting, get the person who voiced Webby in DuckTales reboot, because Ben Schwartz voices Louie.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I need to go find it, but I think there was someone did like a fan cast with their own animation that I think would also fit for.
And then they cast Tom Holland as Silver.
You know what? If you're gonna cast Tom Holland as anyone in Sonic, I feel like Silver is kind of the best shot.
But would they really want that expensive of a VA?
Yeah, if budget is not a factor.
Hey, if budget's not a factor and you absolutely need an A-list celebrity to market your film.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, the marketing push for this film has to be one part about Amy, two part about Metal Sonic onto it. They kind of have to be a 1-2 punch onto that. Silver's a weird one because I don't think you can market the film by himself onto that. I think you need somebody else.
I don't think so. That's
say that, but it's also
Silver Blaze Power Hour.
That's kind of sad considering Silver was supposed to be built as the next Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm still holding on to my thing. I think potentially movie 5 might be them trying to do SA1. You could maybe throw Silver into that potentially onto that.
It's Silver's so weird. Like, he's big enough where he kind of needs a focus on him because of where he comes from, but he's not major enough like Shadow because of how.
And it's also weird because, like, his backstory is so flimsy onto that because they never properly defined it for him.
Like, Silver's not just like a side character, but he's also like not. He's somewhere in the middle. It's so weird. But like, I think if they do like have him partnered with Amy in this aspect, it would fit so well. It's like Quicksilver from Avengers 2. Age of Ultron.
Again, I just worry if we cram Silver into it, it's gonna be a lot of characters trying to share screen time at that point.
Yeah, I think I could say I'm the Silver fanboy out of everybody in this group. And the more I think about it, okay, all right, we'll settle this sometime.
No, we'll share.
Yeah, we'll share. As one of the Silver fanboys in this group, even I'm like, if they're gonna do Silver for these movies, he needs to be the sole addition for like 5. I don't think he can share this movie with Amy and Metal. Like, I would be so happy if he's in Sonic 4, but the movie's already adding Amy and Metal. I think we need Silver to have his own introduction in his own movie.
I think it is just kind of.
For movie 5, you include Silver, Omega, and Charmy B.
Right.
That's very
Okay.
specific.
Well, I think it's just unfortunate with Silver is that all his content is stuff regarding Iblis, and the Knuckles show just
And
kind
yeah,
of...
Iblis is already dead.
Yeah,
So
That's why I'm kind of thinking you shift it over to maybe Chaos instead onto
Chaos
that.
or Mephiles?
that's what I'm thinking. Is either Chaos or Mephiles. Maybe have it be Mephiles. Well, actually, no. Have it be Chaos. Have it be to where he comes back in time, or whether or not we're doing time travel before, but he comes back,
Yeah.
or like he comes back in back in time in 5, or he comes from another dimension where Chaos has become perfect and he's destroyed the planet.
The problem is
instead
if we're jumping on the time travel thing now, if that's what the theory is, it's just where else do you introduce them other than like the post-credit scene where it is,
Yeah.
Spider-Man 99, Miguel.
Yeah, I think potentially you change Silver from future to alternate dimension kind of deal, because I think it just mostly needs to be Silver comes from a place that's fucked onto that really more than anything on
We
that.
got full circle at that point with Blaze.
Yeah.
honestly, yeah. Have Silver be from an alternate dimension. That way, Blaze has an excuse to come with him.
But that I feel like potentially film 5 might be like that year 06 or SA1 kind of idea, and then I guess for film 6 it might be original plot, because admittedly we're kind of running out of game material that would work well for movies kind of deal at this point.
That's the weird thing, because I genuinely do think 4 is going to be that more original plot.
Yeah,
I don't see like CD carrying a whole film by like borrowing elements the way that movie 3 worked by borrowing stuff from SA2. Although in movie 3 it was mostly SA2.
Yeah,
I don't see film 4 following that same path.
Besides the ones we talked about, the only one I could see potentially is Dark Gaia, but even that one, I don't know.
That one's a stretch. I think. I don't think you can do Dark Gaia.
I feel
like we got only like 6 films in this tank kind of deal, because we're starting to run a little dry now.
That ain't gonna happen until they actually re-release on Unleash. So,
okay. I wanna throw out one more idea potentially that I was hearing some more crackhead ideas about.
Before you get my idea, I did find the tweet. If we go for like the VA route, I think her name Kimoko Glens is probably a good fit. I'll probably just put it.
I would also like to point out, it is 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
We have been going for how long?
4 hours.
4 hours. Yep. That checks out for me. But okay, my one last thing I want to propose, because Sonic CD wasn't only just about future time travel, about also going to the past as well. Do you think they would maybe try and get Longclaw into the time travel shit on that at all in any kind of way?
Actually doing something with the Longclaw? Come on.
I was like, if there was a time to do it, this could potentially be that time.
Yeah.
Longclaw is the Shanks of this franchise. Keeps being mentioned and thrown in there, but we don't actually know like the full extent of what she's about. And
Longclaw has Conqueror's hockey? Let's fucking go.
I would not put it past her.
Honestly, if they do find a way to because I don't think. See, this is kind of the whole Aerith and FF7 rebirth thing again. It's like, I don't if they have a moment to where like Sonic gets to talk to her one more time, then yeah, I'm fine with that. But I don't think bringing her back and having her alive.
I'm not talking about bringing her back.
Of
like, she would only maybe be in that one film and then goodbye after that point, kind of deal.
Because that's the one thing I don't like when some movies and games do that, is when they have the opportunity to go back in time and then they just pull the character back. It's like you're just taking away the sacrifice.
Because I see Longclaw stuff either happening in this movie or potentially in their final movie to wrap everything up, kind of deal on.
Yeah. Yeah.
on that.
Well,
But
let's send Steve Rogers back to the past so he can live a happy life.
God.
No, he's got to put the Infinity Stones back first.
Yeah, and then he gets
he's
to
gonna put
basically go.
the Master Rebel
Yeah.
back to the
See, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for like one of these movies where Knuckles just takes the Master Emerald and does Angel Island. I thought that's what they were going for
Actually,
in this movie, and then they just show Wade has it. I'm like, oh man. I
does
wanted
bring up
Angel
the
Island.
Wade's house becomes Angel Island.
that does bring up the question: will we actually explore Sonic worlds eventually?
I feel like the
We
only
know
time
they're out there.
I feel like we're gonna do that for the finale,
yeah.
like for the last movie.
'Cause, I
Is
mean,
where this becomes like some sort of intergalactic threat.
it's the interesting
Alright,
thing because
Absolute crackhead.
sorry, I just wanted to say a quick thing. It's interesting because like I feel like the whole thing on like Sonic Worlds and stuff like that really didn't even feel like a thing because SA2 is already so set in like a realistic world that it kind of has the advantage that it naturally just works really well into live action onto that. But yeah, kind of heading back, it's gonna be a little weird. It's good. I feel like that dissonance might come back again onto that with CD's like kind of plot potentially, but we'll see on that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute crackhead theory. Movie 7. New enemy. Dark Falls. Sonic and crew go to the Algo Star system to go team up with I forget the protagonist of the first phase star. Team up with that girl and then save the universe.
Okay.
You just complain about how long this podcast is going.
Okay,
Shut up! Well,
Yeah,
I still have fuel!
Wrap it up.
two more things before I lose my train of thought again.
All right.
One, once you can actually establish Sonic and Hill actually going out of words, and you can have an emotional, like, leaving the nest kind of thing with Tom and Maddie, emotional effect there. Two, I forgot to bring this up earlier, but I'm actually kind of wondering if that Super Sonic and Shadow fight will actually have, like, some sort of consequence in the future of, like, oh, that is a very strong chaos energy surge there, and that's just going to lead some enemies going straight to Earth as a consequence.
Yeah, kind of like
the beacon for chaos potential here.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I mean, I'm going to bring up the Marvel thing. I'm going to bring up the Marvel thing again because I'm a shill, but that's what happened after the Avengers when they used the Tesseract on Earth. It's like that was the calling card for the rest of the galaxy to be like, okay, yeah, Earth is ready for intergalactic war. So maybe
why all the Metal Sonics are visiting.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Ooh.
What
Never know.
What if because the moon has been sliced open, there's a giant mecha in there that they use to go to the edge of the universe to find the anti-chaos emeralds, and then get a bigger mech and start throwing galaxies at each other.
Yeah, we're
Okay, then.
Yeah, let's.
All right, we're good.
I think we should call it.
Yeah,
It's late.
Sonic 3,
We've
real
been doing
good
this for over
movie,
4
and
hours.
I think the thing that, if our discussion here is anything to go by, like, admittedly with the Shadow teaser, we kind of had a really solid idea where we were going for this film. With this Amy teaser, it feels like we have an idea, but there's still a lot of room for speculation onto that. It's gonna make waiting for this next film gonna be kind of painful, but I'm very excited to see where we go from here on that.
Maybe that's the fun of it, of the unexpected. Also, give Amy a floofy dress.
Yeah, so that will do it for all of you. Hopefully, you've all enjoyed our gigantic rambling content for it. So we will see you in 3 years for Sonic 4. Adios.
Oh boy.